Did that actually start? Is it on? There it is. There's Siri and me. And we both said hi to all of you in stream. Good evening, every single fluff. It is wonderful to see you all. It is a Monday night as per usual. And, well, someone else I saw was streaming at a beach stream, not to try and play copycat, but, like, I want to be on a beach, so I'm on a beach. Not because I'm trying to sell the same answer they did, but because I actually wanted to go there throughout work today. So this is my prize. I'm rewarding myself with beach time. It's lovely here. It's very serene. But anyway, good evening, good Monday to everyone. It is a day. Let's just put that out there. It's a day. And we will start today with the party of that what was today. Fun fact, on a work day, my alarm is set for 8 a.m. with one snooze to get me to 8:10. This is how I work. This is how my brain handles. I have 10 minutes of snooze time from the first alarm to really wake up. I don't use the snooze button to get 10 more minutes of sleep. I use the snooze button to tell me, you have 10 minutes to get out of bed. Come to terms with this. This is how life works. Hello, wild Dragonite noises. Ooh, feeling like a little Dragonite today, I see. I don't know. I still think you're a Vulpix. Pretty sure you're a Vulpix. But if you want to be a Dragonite today, you are a Dragonite today. So around 7 a.m. this morning, an hour before my alarm actually goes off, I hear the magic. Thunk, 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 scree. Thunk, 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 scree. Thunk, 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 crunch, crunch, scree. What is going on? Are they having trouble with the dumpsters? We're not far from a plaza. It is very short distance from our back door to the grocery plaza behind us. So, yes, sometimes we hear the dumpster dumping noises, which, fine. They come, they dumpster, they go away. I deal with that because dumpsting needs to happen. But this just kept going. Why is this still going? So, I kind of was just dealing with it. I rolled over, pulled my blanket back on me. I'm like, whatever, it's going to go away. It'll go away. Surprise, it did not go away. I woke up and found out the noise was definitely not the dumpsters a block and a half north of us. No, the noises that had woke me up a unceremonious hour before my alarm were across the street. The lovely people who about a year or two ago bought the house across the street from us apparently decided they wanted a new driveway. And yes, feeling like a Dragonite lately. It helps me when I have a new suit. Oh my, a new suit. Oh my, I'm anxious. Be Dragonite. Be good little dragon. So when I got into the workroom, the other side of the house across the street, effectively directly south of ours, the driveway was pretty much all already ripped off, and there was just like a dirt bed and all sorts of stuff out there. A big, excavator, big arm, Digger Majader was doing most of the heavy lifting of getting up the chunks of driveway. A couple little bobcatty critters scooting stuff around, and I was like, oh, thanks guys, I really needed that. So the thumping was not over yet, even though most of the driveway pieces were up. They kept thumping for many hours today. The good news, though, is they did manage to completely get the old driveway out, level everything off, put down gravel, put down the concrete, and it is now all sitting there all caution taped off, lovely and shiny and new looking. At least I only have to deal with it for one day, because that was fun. Haven't seen it yet. Got it last week. I have not seen it yet. I don't know how I manage this. I don't check things like Blue Sky or Mastodon or Twitter that much, so that's probably why. I'm bad at these things. Don't you realize how bad I am at social? I spend all my time being social, not acquiring social. I will get better. But I'm being a Pokemon for your Pokemon friend. And an ad showed up. I'll wait for the ad to stop before I continue on my chaos. I could post it. Yes, please do. That would actually be helpful. I do enjoy seeing things on the Discord. We have a photos or personas or something section. I can't remember. Also, for anyone that doesn't remember, I am bad at remembering what all the things are in Discord and where things are and how things are. I don't drive the Discord. I ride it just like the rest of you. Oh, I opened that. I don't need that open, do I? Dingleberry Caddie. Let me close that. He doesn't need to be up there because he's not doing anything anyway. He's just smiling at us. That's better. I am not with it today, am I? Not one bit. Yeah. So that was the start of my day. Today was biggity bang bang bang, and throughout the day got less and less bangy bangy. Hello, Vincent. Welcome in, little plushie. It's good to see you. Good little plush turtle. So last week was pretty calm as far as the week goes. Just kind of chilled my way through it. Dealt with things. It's wonderful to see you too. Yay! You're such a good little plushie. Thursday did the grocery shopping as usual. Got a big old slab of salmon for the weekend. Posting the costumes, dress up. Thank you very much. Good little Foxy. I will look at that in a little bizzle. Oh, actually last week wasn't slow. Now I'm thinking about it. Last week, time is sort of a blur half the time. Tuesday and Wednesday were oddly busy. Tuesday night after work, my sister came with a load of stuff to leave with us to deliver to her at her place. When I go to visit her, awesome. Piled the boxes in, made a nice little stack. Also had a couple of boxes for us to enjoy, deal with, etc. Like some food products that there weren't much points in traveling with. It's Lucadio. Where's my luxury ball? Oh, please. I love luxury balls. They're comfy. So, a large chunk of my Tuesday was taken up by that. So I didn't get to record a fursuit video, annoyingly. But I did stream some Katamari that night, so that was good. Wednesday, though, she was her last night here, so she needed me to come over and pick up some things in our car, which has a bigger back end that I could hold things that she couldn't. Including a TV for us to keep, which looks like it's a 50 or 55 inch. I need to go to Apollo when I transport their stuff to them to find the remote control because they accidentally had packed that. But the TV's here and is apparently in perfect working order. So a nice additional TV for our house. Along with things like her desk chair, which, well, she saved it. I'm proud of her that she doesn't throw things out unless they're actually broken. Hello, Raven. Welcome in. Hooray. Things like her vacuum cleaner, which she was using up until the last minute to help make sure the place was clean before they moved out. And I got a couple other little this and that's that they had failed to get into the trailer and would not fit in her car the next morning for when she was driving out. Because she was driving out with all 3 bunnies in the front of the car with her and their cages in the back seat all flattened out and what she had left there that needed to actually go. Hooray! So by the time I got back from that, I was pretty wiped out. So I didn't stream at all on Wednesday. Thursday was grocery night. Pretty mediocre grocery trip. Nothing good or bad happened. No major purchases this week. And Friday was the first day I actually got to record a fursuit video all week, which is really not on skill with me. I normally would have recorded both Tuesday and Wednesday videos. And, well, I only recorded one on Friday, so I was a little behind on productivity there. But I did get to stream some Caddie on Friday night, and that was good. So I was pretty happy about that. I was doing a project yesterday, and lo and behold, I burnt myself with hot glue gun by accident. Oh, I'm so sorry, dear. Oh, yeah, working with the hot glue gun, it's, as a fursuit maker, that's consistent. You're going to do that a lot. I have, it's rare that I'll do any major project without getting a burn. Why is my pocket going off? This better be a scam likely because I don't want to answer. Yay, it's scam likely. Go away. I'm not answering another one of those on stream. I did that once. My hand was fine, and the end is just a scar. Yeah, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hot glue guns, they bite. And I did start work on a project for my sister. Some of the stuff that she left with me was some older computers. I didn't know how old they were until I was getting into them, so it was surprise time. But I saw 2 of them, which are workstation-y computers, definitely former office children. One being an Optiplex, and the other one was its school final project. Well, I'm glad you're able to get it done in time. The other one is a similar sized and shaped HP. I forget the name on it. And the other one was a really weird, tiny model Dell. Definitely a location type computer. A purposeful jobbed computer. You can tell that by it uses the weird 8-pin power connector on the ass of it to a brick. If you've ever plugged in an Xbox 360, think of that kind of a monster connector. Or if you've ever plugged in a GPU in the last decade or so that has the 8-pin power connector, basically like that is what it's connecting to the ass of the computer's case. And it has a brick that is a literal brick. That one is the one that was the least hopes because it has a sticker that says Vista on it. Also, I opened the case and I'm like, oh dear God, I really hope I don't have to deal with this for more than just looking at it. Because it was a fully cramped little container. It did have a DVD drive that is a laptop DVD drive in there. But it is super super compact shell. Little tiny monster. I might format it and just like install Windows 10 on it or something just to do it. At least I believe it was all SATA in there, but still, dear God, that thing just looks like it'd be a pain in the ass to work inside of. The one I did pick to actually work on was the Dell Optiplex. Partly because it and the HP have a simple latch open side panel, and I popped them both open and looked. The Dell actually had a GPU in it, not just onboard graphics. And that GPU had a display port and an HDMI port on a low profile GPU card. So I was like, okay, this at least looks like it's going to be viable. And the sticker on the front said it was an i5 of some flavor. Good news, it's like at least a dual core 3.2 gigahertz i5. I forget what model, what year it is. I still needed to look that up because it's not a simple code on it. I just need to look that up. But it also had 8 gigs of DDR3 in it with 3 empty slots, so that's actually good. And a terabyte SATA hard drive, so platters, not solid state. That's fine. It's a full terabyte, 8 gigs of RAM, an i5 of some sort, and it already had Windows 10 installed, just had not even been turned on since it was installed. So it was actually a fresh, clean run of Windows 10 on there. Hey Caddie, my brother finally replaced his gaming rig and gifted me his old one. It's a machine that lets me go on VR and actually works. Yay! Vista giggles. Put Linux on it maybe? Probably. I actually was thinking Mint would be a good home on there. Nice, that's not too bad. Yeah. So, amongst some of the other things she left was, I didn't measure, 21 or 23 inch monitor. It's what I've been using with it as the test bench situation. Fortunately, she did have a DVI cable handy, so jacked in with that into the video card. And 2 decent Dell keyboards were in the box of crap. 2 USB mice, one of which I felt the clicks on. I was like, oh, yuck. It looks like the fancier of the 2. I'll take the unfancy when it actually feels like it clicks when I move, click my fingers in. Could have cheated and just used a mouse out of my own supply, but I'm just working what was downstairs and handy. Much of Sunday was spent with this computer turned on and running updates. Like, most of Sunday. I started just after I ate breakfast. I'd plugged everything in and just loaded things up and then started Windows updates. It took 3 or more hours to install 22H2 Windows 10 update. It really took that many hours to install that. That was hard. But I got all the other updates done as well, so it is in good standing as far as Windows 10. It is missing some of, I think, 2 of the security chip things that are required for Windows 11. I'm going to see if I can fanjangle around those. I've heard there are ways to bypass those checks. I've never tried it yet, so I'm going to see if I can do that for her and get this on Windows 11. And good news, because 2 computer upgrades ago, our old stuff, I pulled out anything that was useful, which included 6 total sticks of DDR3 RAM, G-Skill Ripjaws, 2 sticks of 4, and 4 sticks of 8. So I'm going to see if I can get the 4 blue 8 gig Ripjaws into this motherboard, and hopefully it'll boot up nicely. The video card turned out to be a Radeon 7000, so not great, but better than no actual dedicated GPU, so that's something. But an i5, a dedicated GPU of any sort, and 32 gigs of RAM, pretty sure she's going to be able to Minecraft to her heart's content, which is, well, what she normally does on her computer anyway, so that's not a problem. And if I can fanjangle Windows 11 in there, excellent. And anything I can steal out of the other two computers that might be useful, I might see if I can squeeze into the case. It's a small case, so I really need to inventory the actual physical space, see if there's any additional hard drive locations. And or see if the HP is worth saving as well. So I have the choice of either trying to save the HP and make it a second baby for them, or failing that, sacrifice the HP and make the Optiplex nicer, like having a second hard drive or something. Definitely not a second optical drive. I don't think there is even remotely space for another optical drive bay in there. And why would she need 2 DVD drives in a computer? I don't even have one in my current one. Or Frankenstein it. Yeah, that's the plan, potentially, is squeeze anything I can into the box safely. But I also have to remember, I'm not going to be around to play mechanic if anything goes wrong. So I need to make sure if I'm fanjangling something physically into a case, it's going to be safe in there. I got a ding. What kind of ding? Thank you, Christian, and a whole bunch of numbers for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. So that revival is going sufficiently well. It seems to be running pretty darn cleanly when I had anything on it. I haven't really done much to it besides running Windows updates, which was basically all of Sunday. I did install Firefox on it and set that as default browser because she is not going to sit there with Edge being her primary. I am not dealing with that. And hello, Christian. How's my day going? Better than this morning. But other than that, is okay. How's yours? So that was a major project I've been working on for the last much of the weekend. I'm pretty happy with how it's going. After I looked at the last one she handed me to work on first, I had no hopes of whatever computer she was handing me to look at, potentially re-alive and or destroy, because the last one she gave me had a Windows XP sticker on it. It was a Celeron from the XP era, like a Dell Dimension or something like that. I can't remember what the case was. All I know is I, for her request, pulled the hard drive out, destroyed it. Really destroyed it. The magnets are on my fridge. Save anything I felt like saving. I saved the RAM and the PCI NIC. Not PCI Express. PCI. The white ports. Yeah. Probably don't have a real use for either of those things. Looked like it was SD RAM. And, PCI network card is not going to be very valuable to me. But I have it. It's kept just in case of emergencies. Didn't take up much space. Everything else went in the dumpster. I was like, nope. No, I do not need IDE hard drive. I do not need IDE DVD drive. There is no point in me saving any of that stuff. Completely out of the value. Mine is pretty good. Yay, that is good. So when I pulled out these 3 computers out of that box and found 2 i5s of a not too distant generation and a question mark, whatever's in that other thing, At least they were somewhat valid. I'm actually trying to be good about not hoarding too much pointless tech. I've thrown out a lot of stuff that would just be taking up space that I know I will never use, and I don't have a reason to keep around for health reasons for other people's computers. I do keep certain things around in case, if they're small enough. Hence, the RAM and the network card were preserved, whereas most of that was just like, F that, it went in the dumpsy. That's fair. Space is finite, and I am not going to store everything forever evers. I have concept. Also, the chance that certain things were worth keeping. Floppy drives to show people. I have one floppy drive saved. It's a dual drive, button front, 5 1/4 and 3.5 inch drive. Fits in a 5 1/4 bay, obviously. I keep one handy. And I have had to buy my mother a new USB floppy drive because she insisted she needed it. I have gotten her piles and piles of USB sticks, but she still insists on taking her, was insisting on taking her video things to church on floppies. I'm like, Mom, if they don't have something with a USB port, tell them to buy one. Anywho. So this week I plan on, in some of my spare time, finishing up working on at least this computer, buttoning it up and telling it it's a good boy. That way, in a couple of weeks, when I do visit them in Apollo, I can take both the car full of crap, the chair, the vacuum cleaner, and hopefully, in this case, a computer that she'll be able to use, because her laptop is not doing too well, and she definitely needs a functional piece of equipment. The Lord works in mysterious ways, sometimes. The Lord apparently needs 1.44 megabyte floppy drives. So, yeah, that's some level of project I'm working on. Happy about how that's going. Saturday, after I got up and got my coffee in me and a little bit of brekkie, I went out to the zoo. My first time this year, and it was a pretty darn nice day. It was high 50s, low 60s-ish. A lot of the animals were still hiding in because it's too cold, and that's fine. There was a decent amount of people there at the early afternoon phase when I was out. So no major crowds. Got to see quite a few critters, got a nice walk around. It was really pleasant, really relaxing. Yes, I did spin a bunch of Pokestops, and I put myself in a couple of gyms while I was there, and heck, I even did a raid and got a shiny Kangaskhan, so that was pretty cool. And took a bunch of pictures, made a few people smile that I specifically knew would like certain animals. Like I sent my sister pictures of the bunnies. She always likes when I do that. I sent a couple of sheep friends pictures of the 2 sheeps in the farm section as well. And in our Discord, I posted a bunch of pictures. I believe it was our Discord. I posted a bunch of pictures of all the animals that I took shots of. In general, nice day. I still need to visit the zoo, hopefully this weekend. Yeah, good luck on that. It was a nice trip. It was a nice thing. There's a lot of interesting stuff at the zoo. Were they wearing crowns? No, they were not. There's a lot of interesting decorations around the zoo right now. Apparently it's for a light up at night thing. A lot of tent material-y looking constructs, flowers and arches and animals and things all along the sides of the trails and stuff. It's it may sound like it'd be really kind of tacky, but for the fact that it's all brand new, and it was actually tastefully placed, I felt like it was really neat. I really loved the ad because it was filling a lot of kind of dull spaces, areas that weren't filled in any way, shape, or form. Not detracting from the null space, just kind of accenting in an interesting, bright, pleasant way. I really, really liked it. I hope it sticks around, honestly. And it looked like, well, tint material for it, so that stuff can be designed to last out in the environment quite a while. So there's a good chance that will at least be there all this year and hopefully longer, because, heck, I thought it was pretty. Yeah, glow-in-the-dark displays. Tiger Paw wants to see it at some point. It's only up until the end of May. Aw! Well, that's poo. They need to not get rid of it. I really like it. I'm going to go take more pictures of it. Poo kitties. Hugs Vincent. Good work. Hug that, Vincent. Darn it. And then gives hugs to Wild. Yeah. But Zoo Trip was really nice. Had a good time with that. On Saturday, I put a stack of 4 burgers on the grill. Some 80/20s I picked up at Walmart. It was a 12-pack, so we still have 2 full more uses of burgers in the freezer. The new grill cooked them really nicely. 10 minutes of preheat, 10 minutes of actual cook time, so that's a good timing. That's actually pretty darn efficient. Might even be able to trim it back to 8 minutes of cooking. They were done well enough, but I like them a little bit less than done, so we'll look into that next round. And did some fries to go with those. And some toppings I did for me, mushrooms, and I did peppers and onions for Fopsy, who also put a bunch of other veg on hers as well. They were really tasty. It's been ages since I did burgers on the grill, and this shiny new grill did a bang-up job. Nothing stuck at all to those beautiful new grates. I did a good job apparently greasing them last time, so good on that. Happy, delicious dinner. And forgot to mention Tuesday night. Hooray! The grill had gotten its second run because the Sunday I did the fillets. Tuesday I did the other major meat I'd picked up over the weekend, which was the lamb chops. I cooked the stack of 8 lamb chops on the grill, and those turned out really lovely. They were really tasty. I do need to remember to pick those up at Sam's Club more often. They're actually inexpensive and heckin' good. I mean, heckin' good. Did they have crowns? None of them had crowns. They just look like tiny little T-bones. They honestly look like dog treat versions of a T-bone steak. They're just like little critters, but oh man, they're really nice. Darn it again. I know. So that's 3 times I've used the new grill so far. That's a good use of that. I definitely plan to keep using it more and more, even just for some basic things, like just going out and randomly doing stack of hot dogs for the 2 of us, or just a couple quick burgers here and there. It doesn't take long to get the grill hot, and it doesn't take long to cook something like a burgers, so I don't want to feel apprehensive about taking the time to do that sort of stuff. And I'm working on getting more gumption to make sure I go out and do that this year. Last year, I did not grill out as much as I should have. And part of that was due to the nature of the grill. I'd already was wanting to replace it last year, but things happened. ... last year of hell. And I'd skipped buying the new grill throughout all of last year. By the time I was ready to buy, everything had calmed down. There wasn't a selection anywhere. There was nothing I wanted to pick up. No, one of the things I would suggest is, oh, go to Sam's Club at the end of season. They'll have grills. They had no grills. They all sold, unfortunately. So, yes, I had a grill that was on its last legs all of last year, so I used it once every other week-ish to make a couple of steaks, and that was about it. But now I'm going to use this one and probably have to go refill the propane tank sooner rather than later, which I'm okay with. If that's my current problem, is having to go refill the propane tank, I'm going to deal with that. Heck, I'm probably going to go, this one is now 8. That means it only has like 2 more years left in it before they won't refill it anymore. Then I will probably be switching to a trade out Blue Rhino, because the last couple times I actually filled this one, it was pretty much the cost of a Blue Rhino trade out. And I know one of those is then definitely tested and ready to go when they're in the racks in front of the store. And I don't have to wait around for them to fill the tank. I just go in, give them the $25 when it's empty, hand them the old tank. They give me a new one. I walk away. I don't have to pay the $50-ish for the tank itself, and then another $25 to put liquid propane in it. Also, this weekend I did get a package in the mail I'd ordered. All the years I have lived in this house, I've only traded in the tank once. That's how much. Well, honestly, nothing wrong with that. I have definitely filled our tank more than once or twice. I think I filled it at least 6 out of the 8 years we've lived here. I've had to go get it refilled because I do go out and grill a good bit. Grilling is not a spring to fall season for me. It is as long as I can easily get out to the grill, as in it's not pouring down rain or there's not lots of snow on the ground that makes it hard to get to the grill. Yes, I took pictures of myself cooking a small pack of hot dogs while I'm standing in the snow at my grill, because I'm stupid like that. Also, I just like the flavor of the grilling better in a lot of cases. A hamburger on the grill tastes so much better than a hamburger out of a pan to me. So, yes, all for that. And I was kind of mad at Walmart this year and at Meijer for their lack of early grill display. Meijer only had like one grill out on a pallet at all until just before I was buying the one I did. And was like, only in the last couple weeks had they put out the other 2 models they were selling this year. None of them looked great. They actually had displays out of them finally. The first one, at first it was just, this is a grill and it's in a box. Your best guess on what it's actually like when you touch it. But now they had all 3 of them out on display. And they all felt small and kind of chintzy. And they weren't that much cheaper than the one that I'd seen over at Sam's Club. Walmart still only, at this point, the Walmart next to me, only has the one grill out. And it's not even a grill. It's an exterior propane griddle, aka it is a flat cooking surface. Like, I'm not going out to my grill to cook on a giant frying pan. If I'm going on my grill, I want to cook grilled things. I want fire under my food. That's how I work. Fortunately, Sam's Club did have 2 good options. I took the one that was slightly cheaper because I actually liked its options better. Not because I required to save that extra $50, more that I actually liked the less expensive grill a little bit better. I like the layout of the hot box itself. The fact that it did have this sear burner underneath the one side. The other one did have a thermostat setting, so you could just like set it to X amount of degrees in the box itself, but it still has a thermometer on it. I can turn the dial to where I want it to be. Hi, Nepal. Welcome in, little plushie. So, yes, very happy with the new grill. She's a very good child. Hi, Nepal. And I feel like I made the better choice out of the options I saw. Between the two regular grills over at Meijer and the other option at Sam's Club, I'm actually satisfied with the one I picked. The two at Meijer were both slightly cheaper than this one. The one $50 cheaper and the other one was like $100 cheaper. Out of the other two, I think the $100 cheaper was the nicer of those two. Again, the slightly cheaper one is the better of the options. Go figure. But it was smaller. It looked a lot wobblier. And the one I ended up constructing was really, really sturdy and really, really feels like it's a good unit, as it were. So, onto the thing that came in was the grill grates for the other grill. The old one, the one that I took the propane tank off of, and I'm not intending to put one back on, even more so now. Since the grill grates got here, I took the old 3 grill grates off, and the 2 side ones out of the 3 grates were bad, but there's still grill grate left there, so not the worst situation. The middle one, where I did most of my cooking, there are at least one bar that does not go all the way from end to end anymore. It actually had worn all the way through. These were big, thick cast iron type bars, and one of them doesn't make a full pass anymore. And the rest of them are twigs compared to their former branchy selves. So I took those off, and while I was under there, before I did anything else, I was like, I'm just going to check out what's underneath the one triangle that went over one of the burners that had collapsed. The triangle broke in the back, rusted through, broke down through. Like, fine, well, I'm not using it for its intended purpose anymore, but what's underneath? I picked up the 2 pieces of the triangle, I looked under it, and I saw the burner. Or rather, I saw the 2 pieces of the burner that was underneath that one. The back is where the gas comes from. And that little inch of tube that was still attached was only about, yes, an inch. The rest of the tube had fallen off. It had actually broken down and fell off. So effectively, that particular burner, it made sense why the fire was just coming out of that one area, because it literally was just the gas was coming out of the end of the tube and being burnt right there. Hugs Nepal. Good work, Vincent. You hugged at Nepal. So yeah, the other 2 burners were actually still, the tubes were all still all the way across, but I knew they were not burning cleanly because the fire coming off of them was very wonk. So no, I do not trust this with propane anymore. It has finished its run as a propane grill. What I did do was I took the coal tray out of its slot under the hot box itself and placed it in its area on top of the grill. It basically covers up where the propane burners are and goes underneath the grates. So I put that bad boy in there. It's still pretty darn new looking for being 8 years old, because I hardly ever used the charcoal option on this grill. I should have done it more. I mean, honestly, charcoal's delicious. You're just committing to it when you start using charcoal. You can't turn it off like you can the gas. It runs until it's ended. Uh, whether that's when you're done cooking or not, that's when it runs. Did you need 20 minutes of cooking and it only cooked for 15? Well, you need to light more charcoal. Did you need 15 minutes of cooking and it felt like cooking for 30? Well, it's just going to burn itself off until that time's over. Sorry. So it's all set up with that under there, and I put the shiny new grates on. They fit real nicely on top of it, so it is ready for its new life. The box itself is perfectly in good shape. The lid and the basin of the grill, both doing great. There's not a breakdown at all. The legs, the table parts on the sides, all that looks perfectly good. I'm just never going to hook a propane tank up to it anymore. In fact, I'm going to put a Sterilite tote under its back, which will be a nice place to then, from now on, store the charcoal and the lighter fluid and stuff. I mean, that way it's there, it's a lot more accessible and a lot higher potential I'm going to use it, as opposed to being all the way over in the shed and having to go over there and get the charcoal and the lighter fluid and then come back and make a fire and then put all the stuff back. And besides that, the whole cleaning thereafter, when it does finish, you got to dump out your ashes somewhere. And yeah, minor pain in the butt, but I will take the minor pain in the butt if I don't have to haul over to the shed as much. If I just got to go under the grill, pick up the briquettes, pile them in, lighter fluid, light them, roll. And yes, I know about chimney starters. They are wonderful. I had one before. This is an extra hassle of having to deal with to make fire and takes time. Lighter fluid is fast and cheap. Light it up. Up, light up, light up. You're on fire. Yeah, fire. So I intend to make like burgers and weenies on charcoal more often. Maybe even some steaks on that side. Since that is brand new grates as well, it's effectively a brand new grill in that sense as well. So I have a brand new charcoal grill effectively and a brand new propane grill in my backyard, both active and ready to enjoy at any given time. You can come in, dear. Boop. I have not used the charcoal grill since I got its new bits in. I haven't had a chance to do so. I mean, I had a chance, but I was too lazy. I just did. I wanted to try burgers on the propane first. And this Sunday, instead of putting the salmon in the oven, I did light up a propane grill and slid my foil boat onto the burners in there and cooked my side of salmon off in the grill. Turned out really nice. It's effectively just an outdoor oven in that case and has a better chance of getting you nicer, crispier, undercoated skin cooking. So that worked out pretty well. I might be braver next time and actually try cooking it on the grates as opposed to on a foil. It didn't stick at all to the foil, which is good. But I'm wondering if I can actually get a good crispy on the skin if I do it over the grates without it turning into a stuck-on mess. Hello, plushie.
Hello.
Good girl. Welcome to the chat room. Apparently, welcoming myself in the chat room, I must have done something that angered Twitch. Vincent sending some love. Oh, love you too, little Vincent. Good plushie. I did see some turtles this weekend at the zoo, and I gotta say, the turtles I saw were on a mission. I never seen turtles moving that fast before. They were going. And it wasn't even towards like a food bowl or something. They were just like on the move. There's like, I'm getting over there. I'm falling out of the turtle and we're going that way. I'm going to step away for a few minutes. Gonna have to have a meeting. Okay. Have a fun meeting.
Yes, I will.
Good luck.
It's just a monthly check-in meeting with for AC, so no big deal.
Ah, good, good, good. Vincent be all winkety winkety. Yee. So, yay, me and the grill situation have been behaving well. I'm very happy with this. Looking forward to much use of both sides of grill. Both the propane and the charcoal. Also, the fact that the having the charcoal in doesn't mean I have basically stopped the propane grill while I'm doing that. It has a higher probability I will use the charcoal grill more often. I know it's not that big of a deal, but the idea of I'd have to take off the grates, then slide out the tray, then put it underneath the hot box area, and then put the grates back on. It's enough to stop me from doing it when I'm not in the mood. Since it's all there now, well, all I gotta do is lift the one grate, put the charcoal under the middle section, light it, put the grate back down, and put food on top of it. So I should jump on and take advantage of this situation. Go ahead, Nepal. Teases. You're allowed to take advantage of the plushie when she's away from her desk. I approve of this. So I do need to do more outside work around the house, such as lawn work. I was going to potentially mow on Sunday because I saw how much it had grown up front when I went out to the zoo on Saturday. From Sunday till Saturday, grumble, grumble, barely looked like I'd mowed this year already. You mean both, but Nick. Yeah. And then Sunday I woke up and it was already raining. It's like, well, I'm not dealing with that today, am I? Today it has not rained. So if it does not rain, at least tomorrow, I have a chance of tomorrow. Potentially at least mowing the front yard. The backyard really needs it too, but I don't know how much free time I have. Got to work around the free time game, not just around what I want to do. But backyard definitely is in need of mowing and a lot of crap trimming that I didn't even get used through a lot of last year period. Possibly need to pick up a chainsaw to deal with some of the now tree growths that have decided to pop up in places where I don't want them. Good news though, I saw some nice small batter rapid chainies for like $100. So that's not a bad deal. I could easily grab one of those and then I could chop down stuff like that in the backyard without as much hassle. Not saying they're the strongest monsters, but if all I'm needing to do is take out some saplings that the squirrels decided to plant for me. Thank you, squirrels. That'll be not too big of a deal for a small bar. That and breaking up any of the fallen limbs from the big trees, that'd actually help there too. So I could chop those up a little easier and either make a little campfire in the fire bowl or just put them out in the garbage. Both are good options. Wouldn't mind actually just making a fire out back and just doing it to do its sake. We'll see. Today I did chicken leg quarters in the oven. They turn out really nice, as usual. I kind of got that down to a science. I would like to try the chicken on the grill in the near future. Let's see how that rolls. Again, it's not that different than putting something like that in the oven. I just might want to be able to more babysit it than I do when I do it in the oven. Um, but, turn it down till I see the hot box rounding at about 400 degrees. Let them sit in there for 45 minutes to an hour. They should definitely be cooked all the way through and have a little bit of a grill flavor to them instead of just a oven flavor of, nothingness. The burgers definitely tasted good, so it's a good choice. Another one I definitely want to take some quick moment for is kielbasa. Something I remember from my childhood. Every summer during cookouty season, we would go down to Grandma and Grandpa's house, and we would cook out on the charcoal grill, and there were 3 meats on that grill consistently. There were hot dogs, there were hamburgers, and there was kielbasa. And it was always cooked in the same way. Little logs, only about 2 or 3 inches long, split down the middle so they would flap out and become flat, and then were served on hamburger buns. So they become 2 little like speed bumps attached together by a little bit of the casing. Always such a good memory flavor-wise, kielbasa off the grill. And I've done them here quite a few times too for Fopsy. And she really loves that kind of tubed meat cooked like that. So yeah, out of your basic knot you'll get in the grocery store in the Friggy section, easy way to say that one of those knots tends to make 6 sandwiches. 6 of these little sections of meat. So it's a good value. It's usually 2 of those makes a good meal for either of us. Meaning there's an extra meal worth left out of one of those sausages. And it does reheat really nicely in the microwave. So bonus. But very tasty meat. It's pre-cooked and everything just like a hot dog. So all you got to do is make it warm and you're good. So good option, good quick food I can make on any random day. Only takes a few minutes on the grill. And then we have a hot, fun lunch or a hot, fun dinner, depending on the time of the day. And of course, there's all the other fun tubed meats like Italian sausages and bratwurst and whatnot. Those are hella fun, though I do tend to pre-cook those a little in the house before I take them out to the grill to make sure they are cooked all the way through. Because those are raw sausage, and I don't want to, try and serve people undercooked meat. But if you boil them a little bit in the house before you take them out, it doesn't ruin the flavor. And it tends to make sure the meat is definitely warmed all the way through before you're done. Effectively, you probably cook them all the way through in the boiling water, but then you brown them off a little bit on the grill to add a little extra good flavor in the end. Can I have a hug from my favorite Pokemon? Absolutely, you can have a hug. If I'm your favorite Pokemon, you got it. Oh, camera's too high. Hold on. Flying camera. Let's get up close so I know where I need to be when I take it back. All right, it's right there at my eye level. My hug is down here, even if my eyes are up there. There you go, Wolf Goad. You can have a Lucario hug. I hope you're feeling better. I hope you're staying in the hospitals not too long and you recover from whatever it is very quickly. But enjoy a little Lucario hug. Hopefully the poking's not being a problem. There you go. There we go. Right back on my kisser. Ta-da! And back to where I was. There we go. Hug. That's not, don't worry. Yay, glad. I'm glad. So, yeah, I'm really having fun with the outdoor cooking. Trying to be a little more cookly than I have been lately. Um, the last year or so, I'll cook something fun on Sundays for sure. I will probably at least half-assedly cook something on a Saturday, but the majority of the time, I would cook on Monday, and I've been just rolling on leftovers Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, and Thursday would usually be a frozen thing I'd eat when I get home from grocery shopping. By choice, I really like the teriyaki chicken over rice. Um, so, thinking I want to try and squeeze in a little bit more outside cooking, um, like just head outside and grill a couple of burgers here and there. A handful of hot dogs or the kielbasa on a Wednesday or a Tuesday or something. I mean, yes, cook like the chicken leg quarters today. Maybe instead of eating that for dinner tomorrow, eat that for lunch. And then go out and grill some kielbasa that night, as an example. Or do that on Wednesday. Have it for dinner Monday and Tuesday, and then Wednesday go out and grill hot dogs or hamburgers when I get off work. And then Thursday or Friday for lunch, finish off the chicken leg quarters. And then, say, Friday night, go out and grill another thing. Low effort, not a lot of heavy work, and makes for better eating and more fresh food as opposed to feeling like I'm stuck, forced to eat the leftovers. Bassa for the win. Heck yeah, Commander. Heck yeah. Growing up in a muchly German heritage family, kielbasa was apparently really high on our list. So yay for delicious cured sausages. Yum, yum, yum. Also, the smoked sausages are the same shape in the grocery store bins. I find are really tasty too. I love doing the same thing with those, cutting them into 6 chunks, flattening them out and grilling them like that. Such a good way to enjoy a grilling experience. And, well, hamburger buns are easy to have a good variety of delicious types of. There are a lot of nice ones in my grocery store, so I have the options of like the sesame seed ones, the onion ones, cornmeal dusted ones, brioche, Hawaiianese, lots of choices. And good way to either enjoy your Berbers or your kielbas. And interestingly, cheap hot dog buns. I had moved over to buying them from Walmart because they were like 20 cents a bag cheaper. And then when I ate some the other day, and I was just like, the Walmart ones tasted sweeter in a bad way, like too sugary. I'd done some hot dogs in the house. This was pre-grill exodus, as it were. So I just boiled them in the house because I was not feeling like going out and dealing with old grill. And the Walmart buns had such a weird sugary taste. I went and bought the ones from Meijer that were 20 cents more expensive per 8-pack. And the bun was a lot less sweet and a lot more bready in a good way. So yeah, their store brand hot dog buns are way nicer than the Walmart ones. Also, they're in stock, which oftentimes the Walmart ones aren't, so that makes a bit of a difference. So yeah, keep some of those in the fridge usually. They do last quite a while before they go either rock hard or fuzzy, so I don't mind having a dollar something worth of hot dog buns on hand any given time for when we want to have wieners. Hamburger buns, we use those for a lot of things. Chicken patties, burgers, fake burgers of all sorts, Boca, garden, other veggie, Impossible, or of course, actual hamburger. Mad Lad, wieners, yes, my lovely Mad Lad. I do enjoy a good wiener. Delicious weenies. Just put them all into my mouth. Good morning, oh lovely lad. It is good to see you, sweetheart. And is it morning for you? Isn't it? I mean, 8:06. That means it's 5 hours ahead. It's 1-ish a.m. your time? Give or take? I think I mathed that right. Yeah, that's what. Well, okay, so technically, yes, morning. But good morning, Matt. It is good to see you, sweetheart. Yes, I do lurk on your stuff a lot, and since my admin, my mod is busy, I will do this the fun way. Keyboard. Face. Thingy. There. Enter. Yay, it did it right this time. Hot dog. Streamlabs is working today. I don't think I missed any other shout outs so far. I won't be too exciting for the next moment or two while we're in an ad. Sorry about that. Trying to spread the variety of things I do sides with my grilled foods, though, too. I don't want to just have French fries constantly. You're always excited. No, I'm not, Vincent. I'm actually mostly boring, silly, plushy. I've been trying to do different things. Like this weekend when I did the salmon. Again, I did a noodle with butter on it. I boiled up a whole box of penne and did butter. And since I had done lemon pepper on the salmon, I did lemon pepper on the noodle, which effectively is garlic, pepper, salt, and a little bit of lemon. So it's basically the same stuff I normally would put on garlic noodles with just a hint of lemon. I've done this before. I know it's delicious. And it was actually, it turned out pretty good. It was a good, balanced side. The previous week I'd done spirally noodles, the tricolor spirals, with just the butter, garlic, and salt. And that also was good. And I had leftovers of that for a few days because I did the full pound box of those. Same thing with the penne Sunday. So it made good leftovers throughout the week to go with my lunch. Easy way to make a tasty leftover that is not making you feel like you're committed to something. More that it's a inexpensive thing. You didn't waste a lot of time and effort on it. And it makes your lunch a little nicer. I can't help it, cutie, but then again, chaos. Well, you are chaos and cutie. This is true. So one of the things that I stupidly saved from the New Girls packaging was the advertising magnet that went on the flat side of the grill for if they set up as a store display and showed grilled veggies. Thank you, Primorion Prime 1994 for following. I hope you enjoy your stay. It showed some grilled veggies like carrots and parsnips and peppers and onions on the grill. Did someone say chaos? Yeah, blame the plushie up there. Vincent said chaos. But yeah, definitely thinking the carrots might be good on the grill. Gonna grab a bag of those this week and just clean them and maybe put a little oil, salt, and pepper on them and drop them on the grill and see what happens. I'm willing to experiment and try things. I have no problem with that. And a roasted carrot can be a really good thing. So a roasted carrot with a little bit of a char on it might be even better. So, hey, giving it a shot, giving it a chance. I don't mind experimenting, especially if it's not something expensive, and a bag of carrots costs almost nothing. I will see if they have some parsnips as well in the veggie section over at Meijer, because I think that would actually be a good flavor roasted off on the grill. I like the flavor of parsnip, especially a cooked one. So I feel like grilling it would be a very good option. I would probably cook a pepper, like the bell pepper, in larger chunks, not in like strips on the grill, because elsewise I'm going to lose them in there. But maybe quarter them and cook them like that. It'd probably be a good enough option. Hello, Thunder Puppy. Welcome in, sweetheart. How are you doing, little cutie? Try a Texas smash burger with grilled onions, American cheese, and a very well-seasoned beef patty. Nice. Hello, Tiger Paw. Welcome in as well. How are you doing, pretty little girl? I do enjoy a good smash burger. No question there. Grilled onions, abso-frickin-lutely. Well-seasoned patty. 100% with you. You can keep your cheese, though. I am very lactose intolerant, and Chi and me never were good friends anyway, flavor-wise, so I don't miss it. To me, it's very detractive. But yeah, I'll definitely do the grilled onions and flattened smashel burger. Good flavor. There are so many good ways to enjoy burger patty, and that is definitely one of them. I'm doing pretty well. Hope you and Nepal are doing awesome. We are. Well, Nepal's out off cooking some din-dins, and I am doing just dandy there, Thunder Puppy. Just a dandy. Vincent be giving some hugs to little Thunder. Have you tried with bell peppers embedded in the patty? Yes, I have. It's a good option. Also, garlic in the patty is also a really good option. It's the holy grail. Honestly, I do prefer the if I'm doing peppers and onions on my burg, to put them on top of it, not have them inside of it, because I can get a bit more flavor to the peps and onions and get them cooked the way I like them better. Whereas if I put them in the burger, it does add a little bit more instability to the patty, and things don't necessarily cook to the same rates that I want them to. But then again, I've been, cooking for a lot of years. Let's just say I learned how to use the grill, and that took a lot of asking of Dad to let me touch it for longer than many of you have been alive. Sore from moving deep freezer from one house to the other. Oh my. Now space again for grill meats. Grill meats, sore and wet. Ugh, I'm sorry. I hope you two are okay. Well, especially you. Wild didn't complain that he was wet yet or sore from it, other than just then potentially. And Thunder's giving him love face. Aww. What about deer ribs? That took a lot of effort for me to cook last year and season them. Yes. I will take you back to just after college. I moved in with a friend. His parents had moved out of their house, and him and his brother were just living in the house off and on. He was still going to college, so he was off, 5 days of the week out of town. And his brother was currently being a missionary off in the Ukraine, where he eventually came back with wife. Now, a lot of their friends and family loved deer hunting. They loved the actual process of going out and hunting, but they didn't necessarily like the meat. This family specifically, though, loved cooking deer. So, in that basement of the place where I was renting a room, I was told there's a lot of meat, especially deer meat. This included pounds upon pounds of ground deer meat, packs upon packs of deer chops. And I was told, have fun. Eat all you want. We don't eat it fast enough. Cook what you like. I cooked so much deer, both on the stove with the ground meat a lot, out on the grill with those chops. Oh, venison grills so well. Wet pussycat or wet vulpine, which is worse? Cat. Cat whines when it's wet. Have you ever seen a cat after bath? Or rather, have you heard a cat after a bath? That is the most pitiful noise you have ever heard. Meow. The fox will just shake it off. I have no fear of that. But I'm happy you two have the deep freeze there. Emmy says, Auntie Nepal cries. Oh, poor little Emmy. Welcome in, dear. Nepal's off making her din-din right now, but I'll let her know you said hi when she gets back if you're not still here. Can't go wrong with several pounds of deer meat. It will feed a whole family. My fiance refused to eat a barbecue restaurant and just eat my deer ribs instead. Wow. Nice. Not going to lie, because it was available and I didn't have as much money when I lived there, that is where I learned that ground deer makes a hell of a pan of hamburger helper. Especially when they're already pre-portioned 1 pound packs of deer meat. I would just like, and deer helper lasagna helps a Caddie make a great meal. Oh dear, absolutely oh dear. Sorry, not in VR tonight. My weather is windy as heck and allergy overload. I understand there, Eminem. Hopefully you're feeling okay there. I was definitely having some allergy this morning. After being woken up by bangity bangity pow pow bang, with the lovely headache, I was getting, my face is dripping. I was like, yeah, nose. Wow. That would explain some of the headache. Just drip. Not like chonkies, just like water coming out of my nose hole and back of my throat. I'm like, get out of here, pressure. I don't need you. Hamburger helper deer meat is the best thing I've ever had. Hell, if I could eat it again, I would eat the whole thing in a single day. I'm very athletic. This is fair. I am not going to complain about that one. As a 20-ish-year-old, I would often make a pack of hamburger helper and just kill it in a single sitting. I can't eat that much anymore, but moose loaf. Have not had moose. Would love to try it, though. I will say that. Can't resist the deer meat, man. I've tried and failed horribly. Yeah, I understand. I think in the frozen section at Meijer, they do have quite a few alternative meats, including venison. But they're like $10 or $12 a pound, and that gets to be a bit of a question if I'm going to spend $12 to make a pan of hamburger helper. Bit of a hard one. Moose is yummy. Not sure about mountain goat. I have heard goat is really good. It is, fun fact, Emmy. Goat is actually the most consumed animal, the most consumed mammal on Earth. The most consumed. Buffalo is my number one favorite. This is a good choice. I have had buffalo. I definitely know they had some of that on the freezer section of Meyer. Baby lamb is also. Yeah, I did have lamb chops this last week, M&M. They were delish. Thoughts on horse meat? Never tried it. But you can't, I don't think you're allowed to buy it in this country, so I wouldn't know. Blah on horse. I've heard of other people who have had it, and they didn't realize they're eating it till they were done. So, anybody ever had snake before? I don't think I have, but it's on my to-do list. I've had it. It actually wasn't bad with the right seasoning. Yeah, lizard meats are usually fairly chickeny flavored, so I would assume it'd be something similar to that. Yep, I agree with Emmy. Here it tastes like chicken. Frog legs definitely taste like chicken legs. No question. Hands down, can be treated just like that and have a lovely texture. Same with dog and cat, not for me. Honestly, if someone didn't tell me what a critter was before I ate it and I found out later I had dog, cat, or whatever, I probably wouldn't be too mad about it. As long as I don't know the dog. Because, heck, I've known the cows that I've eaten before. So I'm not opposed to the farmer life in that case where you've met the food prior to eating the food. Shark is yummy. Shark is a very steaky fish. Very good chawn fish as opposed to melty fish like a white fish. Frog legs, I can definitely be down for that. Oh, hell yeah. When I go to the Chinese buffet in town and they have the frog legs out there, you can guarantee you I come back with 2 or 3 double eggers on my plate at least once. Do you know what Rocky Mountain oysters are? Okay, yeah, that is actually one of the things I'm not going to opt to try. I'm not eating canardlies. I'm good with that. Out of everything, I'm not eating some animals' dingleberries. I've also heard the frog's legs definitely taste like chicken. 100%. If you didn't look at the ones at our Chinese buffet to realize they are, because they serve them as effectively a split pair of legs, you probably just thought they were chicken wings. But they just have the bones still together with the thighs attached at the waist, and they have them cooked like that and seasoned like you would a chicken wing, and it baked chicken wing, and it's like really good. It very good lean flavory meat because a frog stores its fat in its belly normally, not in the muscles, so it's actually really lean and really tasty, good flesh. Fairly good for you in general. I went to Mississippi back in 22, and let me tell you, they make the best frog legs. That sounds like a great place to go for them. I would do that. In Idaho, that's a thing. I have a super gag reflex. I need to be careful with that. Been wanting to try snake. I agree. I will try almost any critter on purpose. I plan on eating gator meat next. My country self been wanting to try gator for a long time. That is a good choice. I have heard gator can be really good. Yet another thing that definitely can be farm raised. So, good option. I also heard gator tastes like chicken. Yep. Well, basically, I think it's lizardy is actually a very close relative to burb. So it makes sense that their meat would have a similar flavor and texture. But yeah, 100% I definitely have had froggies. Froggies is yum. Froggies is very yum. Gator's yummy. Awesome. One of the few animals I tried when I was a kid that I basically said was not as good was ostrich. I had an ostrich burger once, And honestly, it tasted like a turkey burger, only drier, which was kind of disappointing because I already felt the flavor of the turkey burgers my mom had been feeding me were already a pretty dry flavor. And that was rather sad as far as a burger went. I would have rather had a veg burger. Let's put it out there. Because a veg burger's at a restaurant generally, they know they got to sell that bad boy. You're not going to buy that unless it tastes good. Um, and I have had quite a good veg burger at a restaurant. Hard Rock Cafe back in the 90s. I know I had a killer veg burger there when I was out on a school trip. We had three options, and I was just like, you know what? I'm going to try the veggie burger. And I'm not disappointed with my choice. That was a good burger. Really? I hope it tastes good with mashed potatoes and beef gravy. Probably. I had it at a place called Papado's in Fort Worth, Texas. I've had deep fried in Texas at a place called Papado's. Nice. Fort Worth, huh? I am only 4 hours from Fort Worth, so I'll definitely make it worth time to hit the road. Awesome. Well, I hope you have fun in Fort Worth, and I hope you have a good din-din there. I kind of want to visit a couple of friends that, fellow streamers that live on the south end of my state here. Well, currently only one of them lives there, but the other one is almost going to be here soon. But I only live about 3 hours north of Aki and soon to be Nanook. And I would love to see those two cuties and hang out a bit, maybe take them out to dinner. Because that's kind of critter I am. Or if possible, possibly cook them dinner. I'm good at bringing supplies. Yeah, I'd be that weird guy that comes with a cooler full of things and a wok and say, hi, where's your best burner on your stove? I'm going to make you guys fried rice. My sister at the time was in Ahoya World Horse Show. And I went there to watch, but got super sick. Aw, I live in Idaho. Yeah. Amy lives in the potatoes. Her house is made of potato. She's the potato queen. My aunt and uncle live in Idaho as well. They live in the Boise area. So does my cousin Adrian. Her and her kids live there. Though Adrian may be moving back to Pennsylvania soon. We're not 100% sure. We'll find out when that happens or doesn't. Take your friends to a shooting range or hang out at an awesome hangout spot. We got plenty of those here in Texas. I do need to go to a shooting range. I have not popped off any rounds in too long. And I have never shot off a certain large clipped object that is sitting in my closet, which I did, fortunately, at some point buy a 200 round box for. And because it was only a few dollars, I bought a 30 round mag for it as well. So if I load up all the magazines for it, I can have 40 rounds magged up at any given time. Semi-auto. Need to try that out. Cool. Idaho sounds like an awesome state. Most of our friends of mine, Caddie, say Idaho. Idaho. Ever shot a riot shotgun 10 gauge? I have not shot a 10 gauge. I shot a 12-y. I own a 20. I inherited that. That was Grandma's 20 gauge breech action, also known as the technology banner. And welcome in the Fire Husky. Thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your stay. Breech action 20 gauge, known as the technology banner, because that's what Grandma would do with it. She kept it in her kitchen, And anytime someone threatened to bring new technology into her house, she would pop a cartridge into that, click it shut, and say, "You're not bringing that into my house." So we had to sneak things in. The microwave, the new TV, the stereo, all that slowly made it in past the technology banner. Hi, Fire Husky. I see you side-eyeing me there. I hope you enjoy your stay. Fair warning, 10 gauge will hurt your damn shoulder. Probably. Depends on how thick the brass is. Thicker the brass, the more the powder. Thinner the brass, the less the powder. Unless you go up to my family's farm and find the rounds that Uncle Rick and his friends reloaded when they were drunk. At which point, you're putting your shoulder at your own risk. Because I don't trust anything you find in that farm. What's the highest caliber you shot? Probably the .6, I think. It's hard to remember everything my shoulder has gotten to enjoy. I grew up in a firearm family, so I learned firearm safety long before I was allowed to touch them, and I have been shooting since I was 8. So I got to try out not only stuff that my dad had, but both of my gun happy uncles who would buy things because they thought they were fun. The AK was fun. I will put that right out there. I made a box dance in the sky with that thing when I was a teenager. That was cool. The 38 Special Sporting Edition was really fun revolver. Because the hammer was filed off. It was double action, so you just pulled the trigger and that little thing would fire. And Uncle Dick's semi-auto 22 handgun was also a trip. I just loved being able to unload with those things. The recoil on the 10 gauge is no joke. I'm glad I can handle. Awesome! Hello, Crystal, you silly lily. You grew up in a firearm family? I grew up in a SWAT family. Nice. Well, I grew up in the middle of nowhere, Western Pennsylvania, in a town of, when I was growing up, about 1,400 people. Now, about 1,300 people. That tells you how not people it was. And still is. Let's just say the first Monday after Thanksgiving is basically a holiday, and any employer just expects that half of their, if not 3/4 of their employees are going to call off that Monday, whether or not they should. Because that's the first day of deer season. Yeah, the first day of buck, you're not going to have most of your employees. Hell, half of the school, the elementary school, half of that would call off for a first day of buck. If you were 12 or better, there's a good chance you did not go to school that Monday, whether or not we had school. Similarly, everyone older than that, teenagers and whatnot, you just nope. You're out in the woods with your dad or mom or both with a gun, freezing your ass off. I own a 9mm revolver. Gets the job done. Though in taking out practice targets in the gun range. My favorite gun is a Colt 45. That is awesome. I probably put the most rounds through my 22 long rifle, though. That was my fun when I was a kid, and it's still mine, so yeah. Plenty of fond memories of going out in the farm area with that and just making paper have holes in it. I've never successfully hunted anything myself. I've never successfully went out and actually got anything, even though I did go hunting quite a few times. Almost got a shot on a deer once. I was watching the other direction when it apparently came where we weren't expecting. By the time I turned around, I had just enough time to see the antlers hopping up in the air and going down over the hillside. Such is life. I plan on buying a certain Terminator shotgun for the movie. Oh my. Well, I hope you enjoyed that one. And welcome back, little plushie. Emmy says hi and gave you hugs.
Yes, I saw. I checked chat.
Yay!
By the way, you were talking about that. I know one thing that you hunted, although not with a gun, and it was quite successful.
Which thing?
A certain Fopsy.
Oh, yeah, that was a good catch.
He was.
Dun 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 dun. And yes, we do have a Discord. Exclamation Discord will show you the Discord. There it is. Thank you, Nepal. We do welcome people in there. Plenty of conversation spaces to enjoy. And there's plenty of recent food pictures in there from me. So also enjoy that. I'm a food geek, so that's one of the things I actually managed to remember to do is take pictures of nom noms. Especially if I think it looks pretty. Like the side of salmon this last Sunday. Delicious salmon. Certainly going to put that on the grill again. That actually worked out really good. That was a good use of the space and meant I did not heat up the oven in the house. And when it comes to summertime and I'm trying to not just blow all my electricity to air condition to counteract the oven heat, cooking something out on the grill oven effectively, smarter use of my space. And I have been enjoying playing different games on stream. So, yes, I was playing the one Katamari game on Tuesday, ended up finishing it on Friday, and then I on-stream bought, downloaded, and started playing the other one. I think technically finished the main story plot of it too, but I'm going to go through and get all the other constellations as well. And probably replay a lot of the main story plot missions because I legit... I really love original Katamari. The fun of roll 'em all ups. It's so relaxing. It's such a good way for me to spend an evening. But I do think I should and will play more random games on my, well, effectively Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday periods, whenever I'm still able to. I have plenty of things on my Steam library that would be entertaining enough to watch. Ah, there we are. Discord again. Yep. Please feel free to join. Plenty of space there. Have fun. It's also in the About section if you need it there. Always keep those links handy for you. But looking forward to a lot of different fun games. Plenty of things I don't think I've ever played in my Steam library. Hydrating. Thank you, Nepal. And more than a few games that I have spent way too much time playing, but I know would be fun to play more of, like Age of Empires or Stronghold or something like that. I can definitely see me killing hours playing Age of Empires 2 or 3, just going through the missions or whatnot, or making up random maps and seeing how quickly I can take out the opponents and whatnot, or make a cool colony. I think Stronghold was the one where you make a really nifty castle, a functional castle, where it is actually more critical that you have like supply lines of food and equipment, not just build walls and say, I made castle, me safe. Oh my god, it's been years since I played Empress 2. It's only been a few for me because I bought it on Steam not too long ago, and I remember playing it at some point. Didn't definitely something I enjoy, especially them I enjoy cheating at. I'm not going to lie. Both the first and second one, when you do the code to make the sports car come out, it makes me giggle. It has been an interesting experience having the other monitor on my desk from working on my sister's computer here. Tempted to jack in a fourthie on my desk for other things or set up a laptop in a more permanent fixture there. That might be a good option for me. Oh my god. On my Discord, need an update. Oh, well, I hope it got updated successfully. I mean, you haven't played with it in a hot minute. Hey, go ahead and keep clicking as much as you need. It does not go away. I also have a YouTube channel there, exclamation YT for that one. Lots of videos there. I was really happy with the outfit I put up today on today's video. I made a fur tutu for my fursuits. So it's a white fluffy fur circle tutu. And Mewtwo got to wear it first. I feel like it stayed up really well on its own. I feel like it was very photogenic. So that was a good project. Happy I made that. Looking forward to making more content with that specific outfit as well. So yay on that. Other critters will get to try it on. And really cool, last month was yet again the highest month of getting ad revenue on my YouTube channel. Steadily since I was officially monetizable back in July of last year, the amount has gone up how much ads I get every month, which is really cool. Like July, I only had a week, so I only made like $2 in ads. The next month I made maybe 6 or something. And then it was consistently coming up on the about 10, if not over $10 a month. And it's just been slowly getting bigger and bigger. Previous month it was like $12.50, and this last month was a few cents shy of $14. I know that doesn't seem like much. Hello, little mischievous Lily. But making something over nothing is definitely a better experience for the fact that I've been doing YouTube videos for almost 5 years now. The 4-year mark was right when I got monetizable. And now at almost 5 years, I will get my first payout. I believe the beginning of June, I should get that first hundo. Because that's when I'll have hit the threshold. So that is going to be really awesome. I'm really excited to get an actual payout from my YouTube videos. Yes, it's going to be between like 9-ish months between payouts if I stay at about the rate I'm earning. But still, if I make an extra $100 that I wasn't making before every 9 months, that's still an extra $100. It doesn't hurt. It helps everything go along. And no one had to pay any of that money. That didn't require any donations. That was straight up just from the ads. So you enduring my ads means I earned money to buy stuff. Okay, go ahead. You first.
I know. I was waiting for you to stop talking. Crystal, I'm a good girl.
Yes, you are. And yes, I babble, but I want to finish my sentence.
No, that's fine.
And yes, also, Crystal, I am a good girl. I am a good girl, Cario, and I am happy to be here for you to entertain you all tonight. And Crystal, you're also a good girl. You are also a good girl, Crystal. And you're probably also mostly out of points. Hee hee hee. Better.
It's just a real shame.
I know, isn't it? Poor thing.
Mm-hmm.
Can't make me do other things.
I can.
But you wouldn't.
One moment.
But I've been good to you. I didn't torture you lately.
Yeah, I got 145,000 I gotta spend.
Commander's not out of points. I'm a teacup lion, Commander. I'm a teacup Lucario. I'm a little teacup size Riolo, who's going to be on your desk, popping up and saying, "Hello, Commander. I'm little Riolo on your desk in a teacup, here to make you smile today. I am your little teacup Riolo. Hello, Commander, and it is good to see you." I hope that sufficed. So, yeah, I have quite a long list of games that I wouldn't mind at least giving a single day to. Nothing I'm like... That way I can give something a whirl, give it a good college try, and see how I feel. I may try something. Cutesy voice, you got it. 46 and 44. Okay, I will give that till this says 150. Got it. I have really good memories of Unreal Tournament from actually in college. That was like the first real FPS I played, and I don't count like Wolfenstein or Doom because they're technically not FPSs. They are actually single layer games that are a pure first person shootery. But Unreal Tournament was my first actual FPS, and I'd love to give it a shot. Actually playing again. And thank you, Avaladia Burb. Welcome in, Avaladi. I'm probably not saying that right, but hello, new Burb friend. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your stay. You actually caused Ava. Okay, I'll go with that. Ava is what it will be. I had my follower goal set at 800, and you just clicked it. You got to be number 800. Congratulations. Here's a cookie. Well, I mean, you're a bub, so here's a quacker. You may have a quacker. And you follow me just after Nepal. Maybe you have a cutesy voice, so you're going to have to deal with that. So blame the plushie for making my voice sound like this for the moment. I can has cookie. You can has cookie. You can has cookies. I have shortbread cookies. I have Oreos. I actually have a pack of Biscoffs. And I'm not sorry about one bit. No, of course not. I'm not either. And I have some unbaked cookies in the fridge too. I think there's chocolate chips, macadamia nuts, peanut butters, and a few other ones. I do have things to work on. Highlight my message. And it's a first-time chat and a highlight a message. Can I join you in VR chat world? I do apologize. I don't normally let people join me unless they have been people I've been, dealing with for a long time, or they're things like my moderators. I also have been trying to limit how many people are in here, even people I like, because I'd had crashing issues. So far, I've been stable the last few streams since I learned about clearing my cache. But I'm still trying to be a little wary. I don't want to overload my stuff. And I have a tail waggle. So you're going to get some Lucario waggles. Fortunately, it waggles a lot on its own. So even if my hip tracker's not on, you get a good waggle. And Ava would like an awa. Awa, Ava. Awa, little bub. Awa. Awa, new friend. I hope you're having a good day. And I do apologize, Jay. I do have to be careful for both my computer status and for my stream state. I am responsible for anything that happens on camera here, so I cannot whisk my stream over people randomly being here effectively. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa, Tiger Wapa. Oh, whoa, Fopsy. Or Tiger. Oh, whoa. Oh, whoa to you. Oh, whoa. And my stream just did a wibble. I think my computer was busy with something there. Hopefully that was just a wibble. No quashy. No quashy. Whew. Okay. It only did one wibble. We're fine. I don't mind when it does just one wibble. It's when it freezes. That's when things go bad. To explain a wibble to all of you who probably don't understand what I'm trying to say. Like when you're in VR, you move your head and the world stays still and you move around effectively. When I'm saying a wibble, I move my head, but the world stays moving with my head, and it's very disorienting when you're not expecting that. Because if I'm expecting things like the ground to stay where the ground is effectively from my perspective when I tilt my head down slightly, that's normality. But if I look to my left and the ground comes to the left with me, as opposed to me looking to the left where there's a rock, you can't see it, but I mean, just that's my mental example there. I look to my left, I would be looking towards that rock. All of a sudden, not. I'm still looking at the same ocean I'm currently staring at. By the way, your view of this world is way more exciting than my view. To find good lighting, I am looking out at a blank yellowy ocean, whereas you're getting to see the cute little tiki hut behind me. Just for reference. I also see all my overlays and stuff, so there's also that. Poor Nepal sees none of that, so she is mostly just staring at yellow water. But she's also in desktop mode, so she's not forced to just stare at yellow water. She can look at her other screen and look at the chat.
And keep an eye on all of you.
Good little girl. Who's a good little plushie moderator? It's you.
I try.
Seriously, between her and Phantom, I'm generally pretty well protected. I appreciate my moderators. I appreciate all of them. Those two are the most present, as it were. But I know for Phantom, this is not exactly his prime hours when he should be awake. It's the middle of the night for him. Similar to some lad that was on chat here a bit ago who is also very mad. They come from the same world.
Even I don't upset Phantom, though.
Oh?
I would not want to get on his bad side.
Oh yeah, no. Do not make Phantom angry. No, we do not.
No, by using a certain word to describe him.
Yeah, do not use the C word for that otter, or you pay. Hello, Cad Pig the Fox. Popping in. I see you popping out of a box there. Popping in and say hi and cute. Yes, you are. You are cute. I am a fierce regal Lucario. Or something like that. No, not Phantom is not that word. And I am not going to say that he is that word. I don't like death or squats. And I find it safer not to say that about him. Also, I never know when he is and isn't watching, so I'm not going to risk it. Not worth the pain. Reverse card? No. Not going to work on me. No. Also, I'm not cute. You're cute, though, so we know that much. Ding, ding. So our thing's going ding. Vincent sent me a YouTube link at some point. I'll look at that later. No other IMs anywhere. Okay. Bink. And this weekend, I may have had off a full weekend, but this weekend Fopsy had to have worked one of the days to make up for another coworker's day off. So Fopsy only had Sunday together. But I did make sure and make Fopsy really good dinner on Saturday. That's when I made the hamburgers. And I made them for right when she was getting off work. I was coming in with the Berbers. So they were right hot off the grill with fresh hot peppers and onions for her burger and fresh hot mushrooms for mine. So everyone wins. He knows I call him that dangerous. I mean, he's not showing up in the community watch list, but yeah. I 2 years old fops. I know I cute. Yay! I will got to go. I have good stream. You have a good evening too, other Cadpig. You be a good little foxy. Rest up, feel happy, have a good evening. But I do make sure and take care of my Fopsy when she has to do things. So I definitely felt like making something that was kind of bad for us, but also kind of good. Because a grilled burger, you end up grilling off a lot of the grease, so not as bad. And there were 80-20 patties to start with, so again, not bad. And Fopsy definitely put a ton of veg on hers, lettuce, tomatoes, and all that hoo-ha. Whereas I just put a bunch of mushrooms on mine because I'm not a very good child. But I know what I like, and I know how I like my burger, so I got my option the way I wanted. In fun bonus, since I had the oven turned on for the French fries anyway, I split open all 4 onion buns, put them on the upper grate on the oven above where the fries were, and let them toast off for a couple of minutes before we ate our burgers. So I had oven toasted buns for us. Yum, yum. Also, I'd forgotten how much flame hamburgers will make on the grill when they drip their grease down there. Wow. Yeah, those made some good grease bomb flames, even at 80-20s. And like when I turned the grill off and you still see flames in the grill box, you're like, that's all grease. That's all out of me. Needs evil. No. And I know you know. No. You. Not in this house. Thank you for being understanding, though, Tiger Paw. I really do appreciate when my friends do understand my digestive limitations. I know it's hard when you're at party situations to not slop occasionally with stuff like that. Like, oh, I'm getting burgers. And you like pre-squirt on your bun and then use the tongs to pick up a burger and it smears on your mustard bun and then you put it back down or something. I appreciate that my friends have been actually really careful around that stuff around me and not making things a biohazard when it comes to me trying to eat food. Tiger Paw's partner did also have a fun one, the shellfish allergy, which meant if there was shellfish in the vicinity of any of the food, it had to be very carefully monitored that nobody had fish fingers when they touched like the luncheon meats or something. And from that, I understand you are probably one of the most aware people about be careful for someone's digestive requirements. Yeah. But Fopsy is definitely very conscious of my needs and my desires. And happily, if we go to a restaurant and they have a bottle of the evil yellow stuff on the table, she will, as we sit down, quickly put it behind something or put it off the table so I don't even have to see it. I'm like, thank you. Fun fact, when people try and tell you how not bad something is that you are violently allergic to and that you should just be okay with seeing it when you're eating, I would like to tell all of them to just F off. I used this example the other day when someone was like trying to like shame me because Fopsy actually mentioned, oh no, we go out to a restaurant, there's a mustard jar on the table or whatever. I move it off of our table right away. No, why would you do that? That's just, you're just being a baby. I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, you have something that makes you violently ill if any of it gets anywhere near your food. And I'm just going to leave that on the table in front of you. I'm just going to take a poop, put it on a plate, and sit it next to your plate. You don't have to touch it. You don't have to interact with your food at all. It's just going to sit in front of you the entire time you're eating dinner. I'm going to have a nice log of my poop on the table right in front of you. That's what having the mustard on the table is like to me. And yeah, completely appetite killing. I don't want to see it. I don't want to smell it. I don't want to, think about its existence. It does not need to be around food, in my opinion. All y'all who enjoy it are welcome to have it. Keep it the hell away from my food. I don't want to get sick. Sadly, that and cream cheese usually have about a similar reaction. That's way more violent. Cream cheese is just pretty good chance if that's in my food, I'm going to have a return policy pretty quickly. Mustard is a guaranteed quickly return policy. A rather uncomfortable guaranteed return policy. Who is that? I don't know who that is. I had someone just request off of me? Who is you? I actually don't recognize that name, and I don't like letting people in I don't know who are, so I apologize.
Is there anybody you could send me their name?
If you're in chat, if you're the person who asked to join me, could you tell me who you, that it was you? If it's someone that changes their names occasionally, it might be. I'm legitimately not sure who that is, but I'm apparently friends with them. So, yeah, one, if you're going to join me when I'm on stream, please also be on stream so I can talk to you just to make sure you're whoever. But, let's see. Okay, I think it's Valerie. I think. Let me see if I'm in even a green world. Palm Point. Oh, I am in a green cube world.
Is that the person last name Gumshark?
Yes.
I think that is Val.
Now, if I could manage to actually click the bell, I'll go ahead and let her in. But yeah, if you could, if you do want to join my streams and whatnot, I know it's a silly request, but please be watching my stream because then I get credit for it. It helps me. I mean, I don't feel like that's a big ask. But yeah, that's a little Caddie ask. Not that. I actually clicked out of my own window. Go back to my channel. Thank you. Thank you. Come back in. There we are. Back on my own channel. It's not easy being green. Yeah, I know. That was a bad joke. Specifically, I was mentioning whether or not the world was both was blue or blue and green. And it's both colors. That means people that are on Quest can join. And there she did. She joined. I'm not that far hidden. She should be able to find me. This is not a giant arse world. Yeah, she already sees us. What a day. And I see a cute little shark. Hello, dear. How are you doing today?
Hi.
Are you feeling pretty?
Yeah, sure.
Yay! Haven't seen you in a hot minute.
I could say the same for you.
I did go to Green World, so yay! I get to see you today. I give you a hug, little girl.
Hi.
Hi. Mwah. Good little shark. I actually didn't know it was you because your name had changed.
We don't talk about it.
Got it. I just wanted to make sure I knew who I was talking about because I'm like, oh, okay, I know who you are. I'm fine with that. I'm easily confused. I'm bad at keeping up with people, let alone when things change. Meow. It's
So, how's the voice?
hmm.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead. How was what?
So, how's the voice?
Oh, your voice is very pretty. It's definitely doing well.
Thank you.
You do sound very
I'm
nice.
trying.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you've been doing a good job, little girl. I appreciate your efforts. Hmm. I am proud of you for doing what you're doing.
Much appreciated.
Oh, good girl. And we're in a very appropriate world for a shark. We're on the beach. Um, it has been really nice temperature weather here. We only had a couple of days that were hot recently, and the rest of it's been, you know, high 50s, low 60s range, mostly even day and night. So I've
It's been rainy.
rainy for you.
It is. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. We've had a little bit of rain here and there, but not much. Um, but yeah, yesterday was rainy here, and I'm hoping it's going to be dry tomorrow and hopefully Wednesday. Then I can get the mowing done again. Knock on wood. Um, but it's been so nice having windows open and airing the house out. Those that long stretch of heater on where you can't open windows sucks. And then that period thereafter where it becomes air conditioner on, you don't want to open windows because you're going to let all the cold out. Um, and yes, for a certain period of the year, oh, you can turn the air conditioner off at 8 p.m. and then open all the windows and suck in cold air from the outside. And then in the morning, shut all the windows and turn the air conditioner back on and crank it up again and have to kill all the humidity you generated from having the windows open all night, which potentially will freeze over your air conditioner grates inside, and then you get nothing. And it's just, ugh. Yes, hello. If you all remember this name, I do remember that name. Well, you are a sweetheart, and you're my friend, no matter what it is we're not talking about. um, I have definitely been enjoying wearing my tights more often. That's been a really nice thing to do. Um, and since I got the snazzy new pair of sneaks to wear around Anthrocon, I definitely plan on wearing shiny tights at Anthrocon a lot this summer. So if you spot me in shorts and shiny legs, well, that'll be me. I have a variety of colors at this point, not just pink. Caddie, is that Valerie behind you? See, that'll be our little shark. So yes, das ist der shark. Eee. Um, hello. Yay. At least that means you two are on speaking terms, so I don't have to ask that question. um, Probably pair of bluey shoes. Nice. I think you would look cute in bluey shoes. They're silver or tiger paw. That would work really good with you. Val says, "Hi, Mom Silver." Oh, you two are so cute. But the Hello Kitty shoes I picked up at Walmart a few weeks ago fit me really nicely. So, and they're pretty comf. So wearing those around Pittsburgh should be nice. Good excuse to wear my tights as well. So that's also a bonus. I love being very self-expressive, and especially if I'm away from home, I feel. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I do still feel some self-apprehension about doing things in public. I am very open about stuff, but things that feel more mundane, I feel more apprehensive. If it's closer to normality, it can feel closer to weird. Like wearing a regular skirt or something feels weird to me. But wearing a ball gown, totally fine. Because at that point, I've gone all the way, not one step. It's that one step that feels awkward. And yes, I saw. Oh, well, cute little Sharky. Oh, well, to you, well. Oh, well. Oh, you're so cute. Cute Shork. I have a pair of glittery Stitch and Angel shoes, but I don't think I could wear out. Oh, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. I am going to have to break in my Hello Kitty shoes, so I'll probably go grocery shopping in them a few times before Anthrocon just to get a good couple walks in on them. I mean, I tried them on in the store. I wasn't shy about it. I pulled them and two other pairs of pink shoes off the rack in the women's section, and I sat down on the little mirror thing and put it on, stippled a bit, and no, comfy. So that's how we end up with the Hello Kitty. I wasn't even aiming for the Hello Kitty one. I was actually aiming for the plain pink one. But the Hello Kitty one was actually the most comfortable out of the three pairs I looked at. I was like, they're my size. They're comfy. And bonus, they're cute. So they won. Crystal is giving some hearts. Hello, silly Lily. I'm already trying to pick out what outfits I'm going to bring to Anthrocon. I'm really excited to try and get that packing done. But I will wait till at least I'm going to wait into June at least so I have more time to try stuff out and see what I'm feeling like bringing out to Anthrocon. What I feel like will be the most comfortable and fun to wear on both Daisy and on Mewtwo. Because I want to have a good variety, especially a variety that I could potentially share most of between the two suits. Funny, but I find it very important to try and keep it so that I have options. I don't want to, go there and go, well, I have this one thing that I can only wear on Mewtwo and this one thing I can only wear on Daisy. So I have a lot of space taken up and not a lot of choices. Actually thinking about leaving behind large princessy dresses and just going with short stuff this year. Because I can get a large variety of short stuff. And it gives me a very good excuse to wear tights with both fursuits as partials. And again, I want to wear tights. I love wearing them, and it's a good time of the year to do it when it's hot out. Hi, Dad. Hello. Smiley face. Aww. You and your parents are cute together. Like, all three of you. And as a combined unit. Very much so.
Yeah. even though it has been a good while since we've, talked together and stuff like that, we still are pretty much together and stuff.
Oh, good. Well, I'm glad. Sometimes time is good. And a friend is definitely a friend when they're there for you when you come back after they haven't seen you in a while.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. Because I definitely like still seeing you.
Thank you. Ellie, I'm trying.
I know everyone has real lives. Everyone gets busy or gets socially exerted or whatever. Doesn't have time, work, school, family, other real life. And the entire gambit of mental reasons why you may or may not have free time to be able to do things. I am not going to try and list all of that because I am not a psychiatrist of any sort. And I don't want to accuse anyone of any specific mental diddly doos that may or may not cause social situations. Lies and slander. I don't have a life. No, you have a job. A job is a life there, Commander. That eats away all of your life. And you have a family. I've heard you talk about your sister. I don't have much of a life. My life has lately been I work for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I stream here on Mondays. I often spend my other days of the weekdays playing games in the evening on stream, and the weekends I crash.
How's the wife?
Oh, she's doing just lovely. She's sitting on across from me enjoying something, I think, on YouTube's.
Oh, that's good. So she just doesn't do any more Twitch stuff anymore?
She's still taking a break from it. She may or may not come back at some point. But
Okay.
it was causing stress, and for her not doing it for now is not a bad thing. And I'm okay with that. There's no right or wrong way to do this stuff. If doing this causes stress, it's not fixing a problem. Yes, the socializing aspect is nice, but if it makes your day and your week more anxiety, then it's not a good answer. And for now, it wasn't a good answer. And she's okay with this. And I'm okay with this. I also made sure she's okay with the fact that I do gaming streams a lot of the week. And I made sure she understands I don't care if she makes noise in the room while I'm doing those. If people hear her, that's okay. If I'm streaming and she's having a private conversation, I'm like, may want to walk your headset in the other room and close the door if we don't want to have that projected. Just to be on the safe side. Elsewise, no. I don't mind sharing audio space. One little bit. Also, another reason why I don't do the fursuit cam as much anymore with the gaming. For one thing, it's a lot of energy to spend on that. And it makes playing my games harder. So without a head on, I can easily play a game for 4 hours, where with the head on, I was kind of maxing out at about 2 hours and not having as much fun myself. So that's an improvement. Savage Bigsby. I mean, as long as you're doing what you love, nobody can stop you nor judge you for doing so. Thank you, and thank you for the first time chat. I appreciate. And that's a good first thing to have said in a chat. You get a gold star for being a good first-time chatter. And Valerie's agreeing. And Allison says, I like hearing Fopsy. Me too. Then again, I hear her a lot all day long because we live together and work in the same room. So I always hear her, and I love her voice, and I never want to give her up. Very important part of my life, and has been so for living together for just over 16 years now. Married officially for we're coming up on 11, since that was when it was legal. Sorry, Caddie, fresh out of stars. Aww. Okay, we're gonna send you to the teacher supply store this week, and you can pick up the pack of Gold Star stickers. And could you get some with the little cute animals that are scratch and sniff too while you're there? I always liked when I got the animals that are scratch and sniffies.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
I
Valerie deserves one too, because she's been a good girl. Yes, you have. Stickers. Thunder smiling. Stickers! We all love stickers. I don't think anyone has ever grown up to the point where like, oh, it's a sticker. I swear, every adult I still see, when you give them a sticker, you see that little kid face come out there. Oh, you gave me a Pokemon sticker? And I'm like, hold on. I have to look adult. I have to look, respectable. Quietly squeak. Also, it makes it easier for you. You can just call me Savage. I will do so, Savage. Thank you. And I'm sure you're not very savage. You had a very, very polite thing to say in the first place. So you're the least savage that I know out there. All of the savages here in the land we have come to will now be part of our country. I will put on a flag, and this is now my space. But we've been living here for thousands of years. No flag, no country. I have flag, this is now my country. That is how this game works. Have you never played Flaggy Country before? Look, flag, done. I'm sorry, that was old bad jokes from back in the European colonization days. Long before any of us, so definitely not my thing.
MySpace, there's a callback.
MySpace! Oh, ponies and stickers at MySpace.com!
Your top 3 friends on MySpace and the song that plays when you go to somebody's MySpace page. Yeah.
Real answer, I never had a MySpace, and I don't know if I ever even went to a MySpace page. All stands points to the moon. Haha, England. We put a flag on the moon. That means the moon is ours now. Suck it, British Empire. You never... Yep. By flag rules, the United States owns the moon. We put a flag there first. It's ours. Ours. Flag. Owned. Just saying. That's how the game works. You guys made the rules up. All you old European nations. Hey, it's okay. Plus, I still... like stickers to this day, especially the chibi ones. Yeah. Like if I go to a fur con and someone's passing out stickers to their character, oh hell yeah, I happily accept a sticker. I love it. I have stacks of cool stickers from people I need to put on things. Weird, I don't actually like stickers. That's okay, all sense. More for me. My laptop, I specifically seek out a specific kind of sticker for. My laptop is my Mewtwo top. Currently, I don't remember if it's 5 or 6 really nice vinyl Mewtwo stickers on the back of it. But yeah, I love putting Mewtwo stickers on Lappy. It has a job. Looking awesome and being Mewtwo. So yes, stickers can be cool. And we're all cool. You're all cool. In fact, if you took the time to come to this stream, by default, you're cool. No arguing, no takesies backsies. Just being here made you cool. In fact, you're all cooler than the other side of the pillow. Works every time.
Yep.
And unless your name is Phantom, you're also cute.
Wait a minute.
What?
The one who eats meat.
Yeah, he doesn't like being called cute, so he's not here right now. You're safe.
Okay, good.
Besides,
That means the cute descriptor always also includes you.
no, I'm the one making the stream, not the one watching it.
You're cute.
Last I checked, you're still watching your own stream, though.
Damn it.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Technicalities.
I live on technicalities.
Thunder's looking all bashful. I put up with my children. Oh, and wait, that window's still open? Hold on. That needs to close. I left something open while I was streaming. That's wasting CPU cycles. How dare I do that? I left a YouTube video on. All stands with deep cutesy voice. Got it. That'll be on until my clock says 30. Got it. And I'm a good girl, all stands. I'm a good girl. I'm a very good girl, Cario. I'm a very good girl, Cario. And all stands, you're a very good boy, Bun Bun. You're a very good boy, Bun Bun. We are all aware of this. You're also cute as a button. The fully OC that people give out at conventions, I immediately put them on my laptop. And you are all just as cool by continuing to make us laugh and happy just by being, oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. I honestly, 100%. The reason why I stream on Mondays is I actually 100% enjoy this. I really do have a good time talking to people and talking about my week and talking about what I cooked and what weird, stupid projects I'm in the middle of, like reviving the i5 for my sister and getting it set up for her. Or if I'm sewing something nifty. I love talking. But I found out I definitely don't have enough to babble about to do this 3 times a week. Because I did that for a very short period of time and found out I will run out of stupid to talk about real quick. But 4 hours once a week? Yeah, I can manage that. If I had more people talking back at me, it would potentially increase that. Vaccinated with a phonograph needle. Wow. That does not sound comfortable. Hey, I minimized my window right as they did that. Hold on. Don't clink first. Oh, there we are. Thank you, Savage, for the follow as well. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy coming back here.
Oh, it got so misty outside.
It's misty where you are? Oh, it's nice and clear here. You want to come hang out? It's like 59 today. Partly cloudy. And muchly quieter now that the construction people are no longer across the street. Though it was very noisy, I gotta say, the new driveway looks really pretty they just had put in. Their old one looked fine. It wasn't cracked or anything. But the new one looks real snaz.
Oh, then don't come to Colorado.
Colorado.
Very bad. It's been very bad with the potholes.
I am so sorry. And that's about an 18-hour drive from here. I know, I recently checked that after mailing a package out there to see how far it was to someone else.
Oh. I thought you were talking about mine back then.
No, this was recent. I have another friend out there that I mailed something to who he also lives in Colorado. And
Oh, that's funny.
I'm weird. I do like I'm not driving to Colorado to find you or anyone else because
Oh, I know.
again, that's 18 hours, and I get bored after about 6 hours in the car. Eight's a hard stretch.
Unless Denver.
Maybe. Still,
Maybe. Yeah.
18-hour drive, or I have to get on an airplane. One or the other. But I like randomly MapQuest or Google Mapsing these things just to see how far it would be to drive from me to X friend that I know possess their address. Again, not intending to ever do it, just going, huh, wow, 18 hours. That's a long way in a car. Or if it's available, Zillowing your the house just to take a look at it. Because it's not like it shows me in your house as of right now. It shows me if there are pictures of the house from the last time it was up for sale. And I just go, oh, that's a neat layout. I may or may not have Zillowed a little angel's house down in Florida because I had their address. Nice house. Nice house. It's actually a pretty nice place they have down there. Trust me, I have no intention of invading your places. I'm always just curious, like what kind of place people have. What is it like where you are? What's your stores like? How walking distance is it to places? How's the green spaces or the not so green spaces? It's interesting to learn more about people's areas. Also, I like all of your avatars. It fits your voice. Oh, thank you. This Cario is one of the oldest freebies that I found when I started in VR chat, and he became part of my arsenal. I'm normally a little lion, like the one in the lower corner there. But I like being things like a Cario or a bunny. Valerie's a beautiful little shork. She's a good girl. And Nepal loves being a good little Renapuff.
Yes.
Oh, and apparently some group I'm in is just starting an event. Good for that group. I'm not going to that. Can I X that? No, I cannot X that. Cannot just make the alert go away in here. So good for that. And I'm not risking hitting the checkbox because it might teleport me there, and I do not wish this to happen. And why I started gaming randomly on other nights of the week is because I wanted to play games. And I figured just put on my headset and just stream it. If people want to watch, good. If people want to come and chat with me while I'm playing Katamari or Age of Empires or Borderlands or whatever, awesome. If they don't, that's also fine. I appreciate when you do, and I appreciate if you're busy and you don't want to watch me play a game. Or if you only... Barbar Lambs. Or if you just like watching the chat streams. Or if you just like watching the gaming streams. Whatever makes you happy. Hey, I'm here. And y'all are here. I mean, if you're here for this, you probably liked this. So, yay. Good on that. When I'm playing games, I have still not figured out how to make a VTuber dilly doodle. So I just have a PNG tuber of my lion face in the lower left-hand corner that flaps on and off as I speak. But you still have my same voice. You still have my same dum-dum on the other end, chatting with you when I'm doing whatever, or talking to my game. Yes, I talk to my game. Yes, I'm that kind of weirdo. But I have fun. That's the important part. And it's a good excuse for me to play video games. I hadn't been doing much video gaming for a bit. And I miss that. I mean, I grew up as the Nintendo Entertainment System was a new thing. I remember when we got the Atari in our dining room on the little 18-inch TV, and we would sit there and play Atari games for hours on end with that bad joystick and that one button. You have all your Xbox Ones and your PS5s with all your bunches of buttons and analog sticks and haptic triggers and vibrates. We had one stick and one button, and we made game out of that. In fact, I remember the Indiana Jones and the Ark of the Covenant game utilized player 2's joystick to work your inventory. So you drove your character with stick 1, and you drove your inventory with stick 2. So weird. And then I move it up to the Nintendo Entertainment System, which had a D-pad and 2 face buttons, plus start and select. I know, living the dream here, kids. Living the dream. And then made it all the way to Genesis in the 16-bit era.
That's so.
I'm a weird old critter.
A good one and all that.
Meow. You're a cute little short girl. But I like you just the way you are. And very important, even if I make statements about me being old or you being young, I am never trying to make fun of you or at all. If anything, I'm making fun of me. Because I'm a smelly old critter. And you're a cute little shark. Mwah.
You're not smelly.
Well, you're right. I do have lots of good smelling powders. And I will get that hydrate. My favorite part about that Genesis is the controller peripherals were compatible with the Atari. Yes, they were. So you could plug in a Genesis controller into your Atari and use that D-pad to play Bad Pac-Man. Hydrating.
Bad Pac-Man.
Oh my god, yeah. It was the Pac-Man that was made in like 2 days by one person to attempt to clone the arcade version. I own that. I have, since I was a kid, have the cartridge of that Bad Pac-Man.
That's funny.
And if you legit don't know what I'm talking about, look up Atari Pac-Man and just look at an image of it. Oh, no. You will cry at the graphics we lived with back in my childhood.
Here we go.
My favorite part about the Genesis? Yeah. So, I have been playing video games for decades upon decades. I have spent hours playing stuff back from that ancient Atari. Oh, did you see the picture of it?
What am I seeing?
The Pac-Man?
Oh, that is cursed. I hate that.
The blue screen with yellow borders and all the ghosts are the same color?
No, I don't want to look at this anymore. I'm good.
Well, I helped break Valerie. I feel useful. Hello, Quisla. Welcome in, little raccoon.
I find it more funny than it being cursed, but it is pretty bad.
Nice. Actually, my real favorite part about the Genesis is its sound chip, and I used a lot of in my own composition. But I felt it was appropriate to bring up the controller part hardware bit. Yeah, the fact that it used the old 9-pin serial connector that all of Atari type critters used, I think, most Ataris, the 5200 did not. I think the Coleco and Intellivision used that. Plus, all of the 8-bit computers of the day used that same connector. It was an awesome one. Nothing wrong with being weird, and the Pac-Man game made me laugh so hard from the graphics. Yeah, I mean, from when it was all I had, I played the hell out of those games. I played Dwarf Fortress, so I'm used to bad graphics. Nice. Speaking of the Genesis having a cool sound chip, I picked up the Dwarf Fortress in 2011, so over a decade before the Steam version was available. Nice. I had a Model 1 Genesis, and I acquired a old record player from my dad that had a couple of speakers. They were RCA, the round jacks, the same kind the red, white, and yellow plugs are for the back of a TV for old video games and stuff. So I took those two RCA jacks, went to the Radio Shack, and got a stereo splitter. Plugged them into said stereo splitter to a 1/4-inch jack, or the 1/8-inch jack, I can't remember, headphone jack, plugged that into the front of my Genesis, and used the little speaker, the little volume, and played Sonic the Hedgehog with stereo in-room speakers. Oh, that was so awesome. How's Lucario? Much better now that the annoying pounding stopped. Probably the 1/4-inch jack. You're probably right. I am bad with knowing all the audio jacks. I am just... Headphone jack is what I remember. And then there was cell phone jack, was that little tiny one that the flippies used.
You said it was Atari?
The one I was plugging that into was the Genesis.
Yeah, that was a 1/4-inch.
Okay. Good old headphone jack. I'm a music guy, and I don't remember what jacks are what. I remember RCAs because still to this day, things use RCA jacks for audio. And if you happen to, for some reason, plug something in as a component into an old television, you plug in all 5 cables, because the 3 colors and the 2 audios. Man, I hated plugging into squids. I was so happy HDMI was a thing, because a single HDMI cable, even dealing with the cost of them when they were newer, was worth it not to deal with the squid. And yes, you're allowed in, dear. Things have been pretty stable, so I'm okay with that. RCA, BNC, 1/4-inch, 8-inch, and banana plugs. Out of my saved old computer hardware, I don't have a lot. I'm an avid nerd, so an AV nerd, so yeah, you're a good girl. I have a few old network cards, RAM, stuff that I feel like there is still that briefest chance I'm going to run into somebody who has an older computer that's still functional, that I might get an excuse to go, oh, your computer does not have its maximum RAM? Here you go. I actually have some sticks of whatever the heck you're talking about. And I'll plug it in for them and be nice. Or that rare occasion when someone with an older computer and the network card dies, and I actually have a PCI card to drop in for them and save their lives. Because if it doesn't die, an old 3Com PCI network card will probably outlive the rest of us unless it gets a major, shock from some system. And hello, Silver. Welcome in, little kobold. How you doing, little girl?
actually been a little bit of a hard day. Can't seem to focus on anything today. I want to play games, but then I'm like playing it for just like, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 minutes, and then I'm like, I want to do something else.
I feel ya. I was pretty burnt at work today. I managed only a couple of chats that came in, and I think I only did 2 QA scans because I was just like, I'm not feeling this today. I'm just going to call it a lazy day. I'm going to get what I get done in.
I still want to catch you in a luxury ball, you cute little Lucatio.
Aww. Well, I will happily live in your luxury ball. I'm sure it'll be very plush and comfy.
Yeah.
Very luxurious.
I always catch my top favorite Pokemon or legendaries in luxury balls.
Aww. I'm an early 2000s furry, so I don't know about any of that. It's okay. Trust me. You're not missing much. I do look at it that I feel like I was born at the right time for me, for the experiences I needed to be the way I am. I feel like I appreciate computers and video games so much more today because of what I started with. Because video games on consoles start off as Atari and then Nintendos in my childhood. Computers, we didn't get a computer at home for a long time in my life. And in school, I remember it was second grade, we had a couple of Apple IIes in the back of the classroom. So the green screens and the 5 1/4 inch floppy drives, that was computer. And I fell in love with computers and video games at that level. I fell in love then. And with every step that things changed, every time I saw new things, I was ready and excited to see the new thing coming out. I may not have always been able to buy it, but I loved knowing about and learning about the new technology. Like cell phones going from literal bricks to smaller bricks to like flip phones, tiny flip phones, and then onto smartphones and computers from, well, giant tanks that had a 5 1/4 floppy drive to desktop things that started to have the hard drives and then CD-ROMs and a USB eventually, and all this. It's such a growth. Going from where I started to where things are now, I feel like I have already lived a magical life. The world I was born into is nothing like the world it is today. And I'm just talking about in the electronic sense, in the way our lives can work. Over-air antennas with a black and white TV and then an Atari to, normal television service? We don't do that. We have streaming things and Roku boxes, computers and gigabit internet, and I honestly would never have dreamed of half of this stuff as a kid. And here I am now with a VR headset on my face, streaming to the internet, talking to people around the world, sitting here, as far as I'm concerned, in person with people a state away, several states away, even more states away. As far as I'm concerned, in the room. You're in Texas land. That's quite a few states.
Oh yeah.
That was actually a question I've been meaning to ask you because I was trying to tell my aunt where you live because I told her about the Brussels sprout thing.
Indiana.
What state? Indiana.
Yeah, we are way up north.
Indiana Jones.
We have to go.
I thought Indiana was closer.
Indiana is up next to the Great Lakes. We touch Michigan.
And also Illinois as well.
Okay, yeah, you're pretty far.
Yeah, right next.
Neighbors to Illinois.
Yeah, I'm neighbors to Illinois. That one.
Yep. Yes, you are.
You're all the way up touching the mitten.
And also, somehow close to Colorado, even though it feels like it's quite literally west to south.
We're almost
I
parallel,
know you are.
but
Mm-hmm.
it's a few states to the right.
Well, yeah, it is a few states to right. You just have to go through Illinois, then Kansas, and the other state I don't remember.
Welcome to being an American. We don't remember half of our states. I'm with you on that.
Like me, I'm sitting here looking for what happened to my Reader's Digest of the world. Not of the world.
Exactly.
I don't know where the fuck it went.
Gaming will always be a
This
part of
one
my
should have
life.
moved to Colorado a lot sooner.
Go to Colorado. You can live near a moth or a shark or whatever she feels like she
I
is
get
at the
to live
moment.
I get to live near this one,
Mm-hmm.
and if I do live in Colorado, I'll be next door to Utah.
Yay! Which is near to some silly lily.
Yep.
Mhm.
Good choices.
Oh yeah, that's technically true. You are gonna be a lot more closer to your lovey-dovey.
Gaming will always be part of my life. Preach it, Lucario. You got it, Savage. Hey, you're next to me. Yay! Oh, you're near Indiana? Well, hello there, neighbor. Hi, neighbor. Indy was the name of the dog. That is correct. That's what Papa Jones said. I live in the dog. I am the dog today. Okay, that's fair.
Lucario is a dog.
Yes, Lucario is a dog.
Well, I guess. Yeah, well. Currently, I'm
You bark.
Indiana. Indy. Bork, Bork. You're in Illinois? Oh, you live near that one then. That one's an Illinois plushie.
Yep, about 45 minutes or an hour west of Chicago.
Oh, neat.
And I am 3.5 hours east of Chicago. So, guess how I know that?
I wish I should have stayed in Illinois.
You're not missing it much in any specific area. Wherever you end up being comfy, that's what counts. And or near some of your friends. MFF is a nice con to go to, and I do look forward to going there again this year. Very anxious. It's a fun con, and between that and Anthrocon, they are absolutely my two favorite con experiences I've had over the last quite a while being a furry. You pronounce the S just to vex me, don't you? No, it's just how I was brought up. I was told that's how the name was said. I'm sorry, Commander. Illinois.
These people that live in Illinois have a reasonable name, unlike Indiana.
Yeah, what are you guys called?
Illinoisans. You guys are called
Illinois?
Hoosiers.
Yeah, I know. I came from Pennsylvania, so we didn't have a thing in Pennsylvania, and I moved here, and I'm apparently a Hoosier now. I don't want to be.
Jason?
I don't want to be a Hoosier.
You always moved to Illinois?
Yeah, but I own a house. And I like my neighborhood. I guess I stick being a Hoosier. Yes, people who adjust distance based on how long it takes to get there instead of how far it is. Yeah, basically. Distance doesn't matter. Time traveled matters. Thank you. You're welcome, Commander.
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who? Did you say Doctor Who?
Who? Yeah.
Yay! Are you caught up? Did you watch this week's episode yet?
Yeah.
Yay! I'm not.
I still enjoy. I don't care how good or bad the Dodgers are. They're still very good altogether.
Absolutely. I'm not allowed to spoilers the new episode yet. Fopsy hasn't seen it yet.
Okay, good. Don't. I won't either. So, anyways,
I'm loving the new Doctor, though. I think he's cute.
I love him.
I find he's had better writing than Girl Doctor did just before him. I liked her.
Kane's Doctor.
Yeah,
She was fine.
she was good. I just felt the writing for her wasn't as good. She was doing everything she could with the scripts handed to her, but I felt the stories just weren't flowing as well.
No.
But hey, yeah, every once in a while you get a section where it kind of feels bumpy. I didn't.
Could beat David.
Hmm?
No one could beat David Tennant though.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Between
He was the
Tennant
most
and
perfect Doctor out of everyone.
Baker, those are the two that are the absolute the doctors that are
Fair.
ever going to be
Fair.
Doctor.
Oh yeah, no. The hot take for Doctor Who is basically saying that David Tennant was the best Doctor, and not a single one comes close. There's your hot take of the day.
And Commander says that Baker is still his Doctor. Tom or Colin? I'm assuming you mean Tom. Baker's scarf was awesome. Baker's too good. Yeah. I mean, they're both...
That's fair.
Between the two of them, I give them a tie on Best Doctor ever. Yeah, I kind of figured you meant Tom Baker. He was like the Doctor forever, like David Tennant was the Doctor forever. I loved Matt Smith. I loved what's his face that started off the new series set as well. I liked Capaldi as well as the Doctor, but I felt half his seasons I didn't like the stories, but I always loved him being the Doctor. So that says that the actor was doing a good job of being the Doctor. It's just the story writers weren't doing as good a job writing the Doctor. Shudi's writers have been pretty darn good. Must have scarf. He did have a long run. I like how the scarf showed up in the second episode of this season with the fans. I was like, oh, I love those guys. The fan crew. We're allowed to talk about that episode. It's a few weeks old and Popsy has seen it. I loved the little... The fourth wall breaking when he ends up in a room with his fans. I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. He just literally is dealing with fan service as part of his episode. Thank you, Doctor. I'd say it was...
Sounds interesting.
Oh,
A doctor actually breaking the fourth wall and dealing with fans of the show.
oh my God. Yes. Seriously, watch this season's first couple episodes. Shooty is really on par. As long as you have Disney Plus, you should be able to watch.
Where did I first start watching Doctor Who? I think it was the Doctor who had Rose as his companion.
Well, either Tennant or Eccleston. Eccleston was the one before Tennant, where Rose started.
Yep.
Because Rose started with Eccleston. Hi, who are you? Hi, I'm the Doctor. Who are you, Rose? Hi, Rose. By the way, run.
Yeah, I think that was my start.
That was the beginning of the rebirth. That was the first episode with Eccleston and with Rose. So that was a great episode too. And that was on the shoestring budget. And my God, they made those first few seasons with no money still look good. Oh,
Oh yeah.
thank you, Doctor Who people. Thank you for making our day. And I'm going to agree with you on the tie between Baker and Tennant. We are on the same page.
There you go.
Capaldi is just below that.
I honestly like Matt Smith a little more than I like Capaldi.
Oh no.
To be fair, when I started watching The Doctor, other than a few random episodes when I was a kid and they were coming on odd times on PBS and not in order, where I saw some Baker sods. I started right as Matt Smith's first season started. So I may have seen a couple of Tenet episodes visiting Swift and Sill, but I sat down purposefully watching the first few episodes of Matt Smith with Fopsy in our living room in Carlisle, and that's what sold me on wanting to watch more Doctor Who. And from there, I went back and watched everything that I could that still existed, which means, yes, I went back and watched every episode of Hartnell that still existed. Not much of Troughton, unfortunately, since almost everything of him got lost over the years. Watched all of Pertwee, Baker, other Baker, Colin, the Droid Man. Thank you, Fopsy. I had watched the Doctor Who movie, the TV movie when I was a kid, but I didn't attach it to this because I didn't have something to ground it to. But after I was done watching the original series, I watched that again, and then I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. That all wound together for me. But yeah, definitely a big Doctor Who fan. Loved the hell out of Torchwood and Sarah Jane. I want them to make more Torchwood by far. We need more Jack Harkness. Man's a hottie. Enough said. I don't care if you're male or female, or if you're gay or straight. Oh, so hot.
What a dork Rory was.
And not gonna lie, I cried when Yanto died. They were not allowed to kill hot boyfriend secretary. Hot boyfriend secretary had to live. He was so cute. And he sacrificed himself to save Jack. And unfortunately, our loss of Sarah Jane the way we did was actually really depressing. Because she died mid-season and she didn't tell anyone she was not doing well. She didn't tell anyone she was working with she was that bad off. That was heartbreaking, knowing that her series ended because literally she ended. Hats off to one of the best companions and one of the best spin-off shows ever made for Doctor Who that really did help give a space for the youngers to get to be part of the Doctor Who in their own way. Whereas Torchwood definitely was more the adults-only show, and Doctor Who in general was the everybody gets together on the couch and enjoys it together, and the parents explain the hard stuff to the kids, but kids could watch Sarah Jane on their own and they'd be okay. Just put a slight earworm in the music and videos chat on Discord. The original version of the Doctor Who theme.
All analog made, which is the most amazing part.
That show was so magical. They had no idea what they started back when Hartnell walked onto screen. They had no idea what level of chaos was going to come from this. And though we have lost quite a few doctors over the years, because, I mean, flat out, he was old when he started the original Doctor. He was an old dude. I'm not expecting someone from, was the 50s to still be alive here? Because he was like grandpa then. That's unexpected. It's like expecting Lassie to still be alive. Lassie's dead. Lassie was dead before I was born because that show was in black and white. Anyway, I'm glad we have some way to recreate a lot of the Doctor situations, though. Either stand-in actors that are similar enough to the original actors, or CGI occasionally to bring one into the fold where they wish they could be. And I'm not going to fault anyone for, oh, you made a CGI Pertwee. Oh, I'm not going to watch because it's CGI Pertwee or something. I'm like, shit, you took the time to recreate that handsome white-haired devil and put him in a screen. I would be perfectly fine with that. Fun fact, Pertwee with his white poof of a hair, still hot old man. Still hot old man. Tom Baker, as now a white-haired poofball hair, old man. Yeah, his ass is still hot too. Damn it, he's got hot grandpa vibes. But Lassie was a laddie. Yes, she was. And the original theme was made by a woman who didn't get recognition for it until years later. Delilah Derbyshire. Nice. Well, I'm glad she at least got some recognition in the end. Doctor Who was an experience and something that has been shared. I wish more of the United States knew about him from back in the times. But if you talk to anyone from English-speaking Europe areas and mention the Doctor, they will probably tell you their Doctor, as in the one they first remember, the one they started with Doctor Who on. And absolutely no shame to anyone who picks a particular Doctor. If you say Tennant is your Doctor because that's the one you start on, that is awesome. I can't say any Doctor has been a bad Doctor.
No.
I'll
be surprised if someone said the War Doctor, though.
Well, he didn't really get his own series effectively. He just kind of is an instance in between.
Doctor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll say like any Doctor that was actually a Doctor that got to effectively wear the series crown, or even the one that wore the movie crown once. Whatever your Doctor is, it's cool. I'm cool with you.
I don't know why, but if I had to choose a villain from Doctor Who that I can memorize so easily, for some reason it's the Toy Maker.
Good villain choice.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Whipping Angels are just a classic as well.
Oh, there's so many good villains. So many interesting weirdos. And I love how anytime an old villain shows up and he introduces himself as the Doctor, the man who peacefully wins over every one of them, they're always automatically scared. He is such a presence. But it's something that can connect generations. You talk to somebody in their 70s from your English-speaking Europe who their Doctor was, okay, maybe they really were a Pertwee. Yeah, that season sucked for a lot of production reasons. They had no budget. He was stuck with UNIT the entire time. He drove a car around. The TARDIS did not move for the extent of Pertwee at all. But if he was your Doctor, he was still a cool-ass dude. If you're a baker, a lot of people are bakers. Even long after Baker wasn't the Doctor, a lot of people were bakers just because at that point reruns became a thing. And either of the last three of the original docs, McCoy, other Baker, Colin Baker, and I can't remember the other one's name. Sorry, other doctor. And you're actually one of the ones that's still alive, too. So I apologize. You were all awesome. You all made an impact on generations of people. And all of you new doctors, who definitely are all still alive, you've all made an impact on us. Thank you. Thank you for making an impact on our lives. I know pretty much everyone who is still alive that has taken up the mantle of the doctor did it having grown up with the doctor, having understood the honor that they were taking on, putting on their Sonic of some flavor, putting on their weird garb that either they or the wardrobe picked out for you. And unfortunately, the clown coat of Colin Baker. I am so sorry. I am so incredibly sorry about that. That was mean of wardrobe. They should not have done that to you. Or the weird things that some of the actors did. I'm pretty sure it was the celery was the actor's choice. He put the celery in his pocket on purpose. It just did. That was just like, F it. I'm putting celery in my pocket. Fine. This is just me. You're putting me in a shirt with question marks on it for some stupid reason. You're trying to accent the Doctor Who-ness of this for some reason. As opposed to the hobo that was every previous one. I'm just going to be weird. Celery. Y'all deal?
Oh, that's one of the doctors I was thinking about. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking about Christopher Eccleston.
Yeah. He's hot.
Oh, Christopher is hot. God.
Yeah, him sexy bitch. He was the one who revived it and came in with a leather ass coat.
Oh, bro. That was so good. I loved it.
Yeah, we had Smek Symbol come on the camera, say, "Hi, I'm the doctor," run. With that hot face in a leather coat, just smiling at us. And I'm like, you had me at run. I'm with you. Just show me in. We're in that TARDIS. We go. We got this. And Tom Baker actually did love jelly babies. That is why he would offer jelly babies to people. Would you like a jelly baby?
Would you like a jelly baby?
I would love a jelly baby, honestly.
What the fuck is a jelly baby?
It's like a jelly.
Jelly baby?
It's like a gummy
Yeah,
bear.
Jelly bean. Yeah.
They're just babies. Like, instead of a bear, it's a baby made of Haribo.
Yep.
Ah.
Would you like a jelly baby?
So he carried around jelly babies and offered them to people throughout time and space. Because F it. You know, I'm not coming, hi, I'm here to invade you. No, hi, nice to meet you. Would you like a candy?
Yeah, every doctor has something weird about them.
And that makes them better.
Oh, definitely.
I like it when a doctor rings interesting and rings right within an episode or two without me having to stretch. A lot of the more recent ones definitely sailed right away. Eccleston definitely. He was, again, as I mentioned more than a few times in this stream today. Hello, Rose. Run.
Hello,
I-
Rose.
You had me there. Tennant, within his first full episode of being there, his personality was already shining through. He was already owning the role. He won us there.
Oh, yeah.
Just from the beginning of Matt Smith's opening episode, aka the fish fingers and custard moment.
Oh, yeah.
I loved him as a person. I remember it's like buttered toast, buttered bread. He throws it out the door. Get out and stay out, you evil thing, or something like that. I'm like, oh my God, I love you.
I don't know why, but I thought Matt Smith was David Tennant because they looked so familiar. They looked almost the same to me in my head.
They really do have a similar look, which made it a really easy
yeah.
transition between the two of them.
Oh, definitely.
Um,
They both did really good together equally.
but he made a very good transition from the swag doctor to the raggedy doctor that he played.
True.
And
How did we?
Hmm?
Ooh, that's a good question actually.
hmm,
How did we feel after those two finished their doctor lives, and how do we feel about Peter being the next one, the old doctor?
I loved the idea of Peter. I was a little unhappy with a lot of his story plots. Him, again, I loved him. He was a great doctor. In fact, he was a great Doctor Who character twice before he was the Doctor.
Agree.
The guy from Pompeii and whatever that old scientisty guy was, another episode. He was great then. He took a little longer in my eyes to get his feet wet, as far as feeling like he's in his spot. It took him several episodes for me. And I think I really finally had fully had him the episode he came in just not giving a shit, riding a tank, playing an electric guitar, wearing sunglasses.
Yeah.
I think that is where he fully had snapped himself straight as the Doctor. He was no longer trying to find his feet. He walked on stage that day as the Doctor and owned it. Yeah, Matt Smith, he owned that role. Hell yeah, Matt did. Matt owned that role
Matt
from
definitely
minute
did.
one. He walked onto the screen and was just, I am the effing Doctor.
But I feel like after he did the doctor role, I feel like everything else he did kind of didn't really work because Morbius was a flop, of course.
Okay, I'm going to come hang out for it. You're allowed. Show me my updated art. Yay. Well, to be fair, I did really like Matt Smith in The Terminator.
Matt Smith in Terminator was good, that I can agree with.
Oh my God, he was one of the best AIs ever. The moment I saw him, digital him, going, I'm awake, you're fucked. I'm like, oh, you're so cool.
And also, it felt like almost all the doctors we had in the timeline were British. Honestly, I don't know why.
Well, it's a British-based show, so that's why.
That is true.
And they
Christian
did.
Eccleston felt very British for a doctor, honestly.
Oh yeah, they even had different accents, different Britishy accents throughout all of them. So, which is weird for all of us Americans to even consider, is the concept that in such a small place there's that many different dialects.
Oh yeah.
It's easier to concept in a place like the United States where there's such a spread between, say, New York and New Orleans to have a extreme. Yeah, you have such a span of voices throughout all of us, but that little island that's only the size of maybe one of our medium-sized states. Oh my God, you have the expanse of from Boston down to the deep south, y'all.
Down to deep south, y'all. Oh my God.
Yeah, Doctor Who's been a big part of our lives in this house for a long time, and he
Definitely has.
yeah, and he or she will, as long as they exist, probably keep being that way.
Oh, definitely. I feel like the thing that made me much more love to Doctor Who was definitely when Magic the Gathering did a set for it.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so much Doctor. I swear, though, the one I want more of is actually Torchwood. Not just because of Jack, but because it always seemed like things had the most weight in Torchwood. Things had the least weight in Sarah Jane. You knew this is the kids' show. We're going to try and avoid killing people. Doctor Who.
Doctor Who is a kid show?
Hmm?
Wait, Doctor Who is a kid show?
Sarah Jane Adventures is a kids' show.
Oh, okay.
And then Doctor Who, you had that. You weren't safe. Things could still die in Doctor Who. In Torchwood, don't get attached to effing anything. Oh, you like this character? We've enjoyed this character for a season and a half? Isn't that great? You're all friends with them. They're wonderful. We're just going to randomly have them get eaten by an alien.
The most random thing that makes things so good.
Or the one guy that died and got brought back by the gauntlet and was just slowly rotting until they finally ended up killing him. I was just like, oh my god. He's just stuck not dying and kind of pissed off about it because he can't feel anything anymore. You brought me back to life, and now I'm stuck here. I can't be dead. I have to deal with all this.
I don't know why, but a lot of episodes I can think about with the Doctor Who are the ones that are very creepy as well. Not all of the, Doctor Who episodes are like, not scary at all. There are definitely some creepy ones there, like the gas mask one, and the remember the one that had the creepy monsters in the closet, but when you got shrunken down, you can get transformed into the creepy doll ones. Oh god,
Oh yeah, those are both really hard episodes.
I know those were hard ones that I watched. I'm just like, okay, I don't want to watch those again. Those are actually creepy as hell still to this day when I see them.
But there's so many good ones. Like the two with James Corden in. He had two different episodes. One was the there was the room upstairs, but there was never actually a room upstairs. It was a starship that had landed on his house.
Yeah.
That was a great episode, and the doctor was kind of like his roommate for an episode. And then later the episode where he came back and he had a baby, and he almost got Cyberman, but his love for his child was actually what saved him, and they couldn't convert him.
Exactly. I remember that one too.
See, some good episodes are really important and really touch you the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And James Corden is a good actor, so, is bonus.
True. Mm-hmm. Hey, who turned off the lights?
Hey, who turned off the lights? Hey, who turned off the lights?
Yeah, but then in the kind of slimy skull that comes out of the space, those are kind of some fun villains there too.
Yeah.
The forest is this library.
The-
And also, don't forget. Always forget. They'll have a doctor going into a trapdoor.
The Vashnarada.
The Vashnarada.
I saw shorts for that episode.
Me too,
Oh,
but I've
that was
also seen the
interesting.
full episode too.
That was a good episode. And technically the beginning and the end of River Song.
Oh yeah, River Song. Honestly, I loved her as a backup doctor as well. She was a good character.
I love the fact that she comes on as her first episode as her last episode. Knowing
Oh yeah.
that she's not going to end. Knowing that is her beginning, but it's also her end at the same time. It's like, why would I give her my screwdriver unless blinking light? Obviously, I'm not spoiling that episode. That's really old at this point. If you haven't seen David Tennant Doctor, go watch all of David Tennant Doctor. I think it's on Max still. Get Max. Watch
Disney
him.
Plus too.
Oh, do they
Disney
have
Plus should have all of the.
Oh, they have the old ones now?
I should believe so, because if Disney Plus has Doctor Who, that means that they should immediately have all of the episodes, unless that was like not until like later.
I don't think, because initially they only had the Shooty season last year, and I still have all of the other modern Doctors were on Max.
Okay, then yeah, what he said.
Both are good systems to have, though. Max and gotta go, class meet. So hope you have an amazing night. Good night, Thunder Puppy. You be a good boy.
Good night, Thunder.
Don't leave any puddles in your class. And make sure you listen to both Autumn plushes. They're both in charge. I have to, let children know who's in charge of them. It's more important that way. No promises. We'll take care of that later. We'll put puppy pads down under him.
Oh, okay. There has been like a couple of episodes that I can remember from Peter's time as a doctor, since it seemed like he was a very underrated doctor from what I've heard.
Yeah.
I can remember the one with the space train and like the mummy that takes 60 seconds until they can kill you and stuff like that. I remember that episode. And also, I think one where he looked like he was on a Mars planet and he was trying to take control or kill the doctor, but as the lore states, the Time War that the Doctor won with basically weaponless and peace and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I missed most of Cabaldi originally because I lost track of when the show was. Because there was breaks and there was a lot of periods where they were gonna be would have been showing, but they didn't. I think we had a
think it was
writer
during the
strike.
time of the the writer strike, but also the pandemic and stuff like that. 2020 was just the worst year about shows and movies and stuff like that.
Yeah, and then what's her name, the Doctor? I honestly didn't.
The 13th.
Yeah, I honestly didn't.
Josie?
I saw almost none of her until she was done, and then I watched all at once.
Me too.
Because again,
Yeah, I think she was
I
under
lost
the radar.
track. I didn't ever hear people about it talking about it online. I was at that point, I had definitely been avoiding BitTorrent because at that point I worked in DMCA and I understood what, penalties with life are.
Mhm.
And I didn't have a streaming service where they lived till recently. At which point when I had Max and I found I had all of her, I was like, well, I know the first thing I'm watching. DC show. And then her.
DC show than her.
Yeah,
Sorry,
'cause-
DC is more important than Doctor Who.
Well, no, because they were bite-sized, that's why. Because you sit down to a Doctor Who, you're in it for a week of straight watching, whereas you sit down for one new Batman cartoon, you're in for an hour and a half and you're done.
You should be done. Yeah.
Another good reason for Max, though, is the fact that they have they absorbed the DC streaming service into themselves. And there were a lot of good straight-to-disc DC shows that had come out over the last couple of decades. Ever since the Red Hood, it was just banger after banger after okay after banger. I don't think I had too many that I really didn't even care for as much. Killing Joke was probably the lowest ranked one, and that should have been one of the best stories.
Oh, the Killing Joke? Really? For the Batman who laughs? Really? Interesting.
Well, the Killing Joke is when Barbara got a bullet to the back and became a paraplegic.
Okay.
So
Gotcha.
it was a deep It was a deep storyline in the comics and was really good, but I feel like they abridged it way too much in the wrong ways in the animated one, and it felt rushed and slow at the same time. You were like, it's like it was focusing in the wrong places, and losing me. But that was the worst out of all of them, and there are tons of those shows on there. So if you got Max, you're ever bored, just browse DC, and you'll just find so much good content.
Ah,
And we have another incoming. You'll be happy about it. You'll give him a hug.
alright. If you say so.
I'm sure you will. 10:30. Oh, we're doing good on time. So much.
An hour left until we stop.
Yeah, sadly. But I love all of you. You've all been very well behaved children tonight and very helpful with the conversation.
Glad I can return.
Well, I'm glad to have you back. You're a good girl.
Daddy.
Told you. Need to go hug him. So much fun stuff on the many streaming services that I love to watch. Not enough hours in the day. I still have discs sitting on my my counter here that I've been meaning to watch for a while. There was another new Batman that came out that I didn't pre-watch on Max that I picked up on DVD. The Sonic the Hedgehog 3 movie came out. Got that. Same time I got that Batman. We just got in the mail the redo of the 3 original Digimon movies. That showed up today. Based on the original releases from Japan, not the rehashing that we got in America, but with all the original voice actors. Yes, it's
I'm interested.
It was only like $25 after tax on Blu-ray for the whole set. I can send you a link afterwards.
We can take that because I'm going to make bad decisions then.
Perfect. I like bad decisions. I still have Wicked sitting on my counter waiting to watch.
Oh, it's a really good movie. I won't spoil it though.
I mean, I saw Wicked on stage. I saw the stage show. It was beautiful. That was an experience. We saw it in Philly when they performed it there for a short trip. I was not disappointed with my cost of that ticket. I have complained about the cost of a $10 movie ticket. I have not complained about the cost of that. I think it was like an $80 theater ticket.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh my God, yes. Theater's effing expensive. Oh, yeah. Even if I live near theater, I could not afford a theater. It is so rare that I'll accept even a concert when it's coming through. Which, by the way, Weird Al or Gabriel Iglesias comes within like a 2-hour drive of our house. Yeah, we get tickets. That's not a question.
When that happens, let me know.
Will do. These things have happened multiple times. I think I've seen Gabriel Iglesias in concert in show like 3 different times. Fort Wayne, Indy, and somewhere just over the Michigan border at an Indian casino. And Weird Al, I'm not sure how many of those I've seen in my lifetime at this point, but yeah, very much so. Would go to anytime. He puts on a show. Both of them do. They're both worth it to me. And for as rare as that cookie is that I'll see either of them in town, it's not like I'm doing that monthly or something.
Oh my God! I just looked up. he'll actually be like literally a 5-minute walk from my parents' house when I'm at AC.
Of course he will. I'm sorry.
That's right.
High school theater. As for concerts, I'm seeing Herbie Hancock this November. Oh my. Well, I hope you have fun, Commander. Hi, Theory Storm. Welcome in. And hello, Silly Lily. How you doing, little pup?
Bye.
Hiccups, hiccups. I like your new hair. That's pretty cute.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm kidding.
Yes, now you are Kerbers. But you're allowed to be whoever you want. I am not. I never judge you for what you look like. I know other people were, and I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, and it's got annoying. The joke got old when people kept calling me knockoff fluff.
Yeah, you're on brand Silly Lily.
And I also thought if I did anything bad looking like fluff, it could tie it back to her.
That's fair too. I understand. My new method to avoid eye contact is a low cut top and a push up bra. Oh, your not eyes are down there. Got it. Front row seat on the second deck at the side of stage. Oh, nice. I hope you have a really good time then. Please enjoy. We've had medium to close seats to Weird Al in the many times I've gone. Medium to close seats to Gabriel Iglesias. It's always so awesome when you see these people in person, because it's just like, I've seen you on the TV more than a few times. I've listened to your stuff, and then you're just there. Oh my God, just there.
Oh God, why did your voice remind me of a game character?
I am a video game character. Beep boop. Yes, my eyes are not down here,
I was
please.
thinking Left 4 Dead.
Both good, both good girls are video game characters.
Nice. I've seen Weird Al all of once. I had a front row seat. Yes, you did. I was there for that concert. I was not front row in that one. But all of us out of the area practically were at that concert. At the zoo, of all places. And I was kind of shocked for the fact that I saw Gabriel Iglesias in show 3 times total. It wasn't until the third one I saw him at that I got to see Martin. He did not make it to either the Fort Wayne or the Indy show that I got to see. But he did make it to the Michigan one this last time, so got to see him. That was awesome. That was super awesome.
Wait a minute.
What?
Gabriel Iglesias has actually invited his weird friends to his shows?
What, like Martine?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're usually his opening acts.
Oh, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, you remember
I remember
the guy that it was funny, huh? Oh my God, I've seen him in person all 3 times. He was at all 3 of the concerts that I went to.
Usually, what I see of Gabriel Iglesias now is just some YouTube shorts when I'm scrolling through it. But the first time I saw him was on a DVD called Hot and Fluffy.
I have that one. I have all of his actual discs. But yeah, if you get some of his other episodes that he has on disc, has the in the special features his opening acts, so you can like see some of his cohorts do short sets. And yes, that really happens. Usually you'll get 2 or 3 short sets at a comic thing before the main actor comes out. So
I would love to,
get like,
I would love to see what his friends look like.
oh, they're great. Also, if you want to see more of Martine, he played a big role in the short run TV series that they did. I can't remember the name of it. I have the first season of it on disc. I didn't get most of it because I initially got it thinking it was going to be a lot more Gabriel and it's a lot more other obscure comics, and I was fine for a season, but I wasn't feeling like, spending X amount of dollars at the time on other people I didn't care about. But like the MC for him was always Martine, so you'd always have him on stage.
Yeah.
Martine is cute and fun in person, even more so. He is a very fun pothead. But yeah, he mentions all the time in his jokes about traveling with comics and stuff. That's because usually when he goes on tour, they're in the bus with him and they'll show up at whatever events that he's doing on a given tour and do the opening bits. So you may pay $80 to go see Gabriel Iglesias, but you don't just get an hour and a half of Gabe. You also get 15 minutes of this one, 15 minutes of this one, and maybe even 15 minutes of that one.
45 minutes of basically almost everyone.
Yeah, 45 minutes of freebie.
That might be something worth doing if I ever learn he's somewhere in Texas.
Hell yeah, you do that. 100% recommend.
I've never made any jokes for being in Texas.
Oh, he makes lots of jokes for being in Texas. Hell, one of his specials was in Texas.
Racist basket. Racist.
Chico's Tacos was from Texas. I remember that.
Yeah. Okay.
Chico's Tacos.
Yeah, someone brought Chico's Tacos into the back room. Chico's Tacos. That's something you don't make plans for afterwards. That's the end of the night. You don't eat Chico's Tacos and go to a movie. You're like, oh, let's go to the movie. You just get there. Oh, this is the one with Wesley Snipes. This is the one. Then you run by. Everyone goes, oh, Chico's. Apparently, it's the Olestra of tacos. Hey, they Strum. Theory Strum. Hopefully, I'm not weirding anybody out today. Gabriel definitely has such a wide catalog of good jokes. I definitely follow him on YouTube for all of the good clips that may or may not have made it into specials as of yet. His last one or two have been Netflix exclusives. So you got to have Netflix for that. He never released those on DVD yet. Knock on wood.
Knock.
Oh yeah, go ahead and knock on that. That's definitely wood up there.
Yeah, no, sorry, but for some reason, every time when we're talking about Gabriel, all I can think about is just the crossovers he did, going to restaurants and stuff like that. Also, for some reason, I can't stop getting the racist basket out of my head that he talked about. That's still so fucking good.
That was a good joke in general. And the fact that his friend also enjoyed the joke and makes his own version of that at his own shows.
Yep, his own racist basket.
But he also did a TV series where he was like a high school teacher, which was really good. Also a Netflix exclusive. So you want more of him? Again, gonna have to get Netflix. Unfortunately, Netflix is one of the few we are considering getting rid of in the near future just because we rarely utilize that particular service.
The reason why you will be on Netflix is because of Stranger Things and other good shows from there.
For me, Netflix was always harder to navigate than, say, Disney Plus or Max. Max is getting worse. It's a lot more Netflixy since they became Max from being HBO. because Max used to be categories. You could easily just go to this section or that section, and you can. For one, there was a Doctor Who section, and there was a DC section, and older movies section, etc. And now they kind of got rid of that stuff, and it's more ass to maneuver. I feel so lost when I go to either Hulu or Disney or Netflix. It just feels like I don't know what I'm looking for, and I don't know how to find something I'm looking for. I go to Disney Plus, and I can just go, I'm kind of in the mood for something Marvel, and go to the Marvel section and go, scroll down till I find something I want to click on. Or, man, I want Star Wars at the moment. I want to have another scroll down there. Oh, okay, that'll work. Click. Whatevs the vibe. And heck, between Marvel and Star Wars, we're definitely not getting rid of Disney Plus anytime soon. I am not going to spoil Andor Season 2 yet.
No reason to.
Expensive, that's the big reason, but, dealing with it. They're both over $150 a year now, unfortunately.
Huh?
Yeah. They're like $160 each.
That's damn expensive.
I know. That's why we're considering cutting one of the 3 we actually pay for. Hulu we get for free with our phones, so that we can't get rid of.
Okay, good.
Caddie, do you hear that Chappelle Rowan has come out saying their favorite dinosaur is Ankylosaurus? I do not, but that is awesome. Ankylosaurus is pretty cool. She said she's a fan of Big Boney Club. I'm okay with that. And I don't want to spoil the new season of Andor yet for anyone because it literally has just come out. And I know a lot of you haven't gotten around to watching it yet. I will say I was not sold on Andor the first season right off. I was actually having trouble following it.
Wasn't the Bad Batch the bad show or something? I forgot.
Bad Batch was definitely a show. That was the end of Clone Wars. That was the sequel series. It comes on effectively as the Clone Wars have ended and as the Empire has begun.
Oh, okay. I heard a lot of bad things about that show, so I was like, wait, wasn't it a bad show or something like that?
No, Bad Batch was good. Bad Batch was delicious.
Okay. What's that then?
But I was really... It took a while for Andor to pick up in my mind, but I feel like season 2, they started off shooting on all 4 cylinders, and it already, for all 6 episodes, I was feeling it, so recommends. Ahsoka was insanely good. If you watched anything with her character in the past, be it the Clone Wars or the Mandalorian, where IRL her does show up for the first time, you will enjoy Ahsoka. Even more so if you watched Rebels, because the Ahsoka series is effectively a sequel to Rebels. It's insane that they did that IRL after it was a cartoon. Wholeheartedly, though, Clone Wars and Bad Batch are on my absolute yes list. The first season of Clone Wars feels like they were trying to just aim for children. Past that, they're aiming for the full audience. So they're holding your hand a lot in season 1. Ahsoka herself is actually really annoying in season 1. But everything after that, gangbusters. And it literally rolls into, like, the last episodes of the Clone Wars are right as Order 66 occurs. So Clone Wars basically starts taking place just after the Clone Wars, the movie episode 2, and concludes right as Vader goes Vader. And, shit goes sideways. And the opening of Bad Batch they introduced those characters in the Clone Wars in an episode, knowing the point was they were a spin-off and they were rolling with this. I mean, it was like 3 episodes, I think, but you get the picture. They were in there for a hot minute to get you used to the characters. And then they became the spin-off series thereafter. And their first episode is framed on a mission. Like, I'm not spoiling. This is literally the first 5 minutes of the show. On a mission as Order 66 hits. They are on ground with a Jedi as that is announced. So that tells you where you are in the timeline on all those things. Andor is just before Rogue One, which Rogue One literally is the bookend right before Episode 4. Because Rogue One ends with Leia blasting out into hyperspace with Vader's Star Destroyer on her ass. Which, as we all remember from back in the 1970s, when you see that little ship flying into screen and then the big Star Destroyer. Yeah, Rogue One ends like moments before that. And Andor is the running up to Rogue One. We haven't gotten there yet, so that's still rolling. And it's based around the characters of Rogue One being interesting. And I am all for what I've seen so far. I'm really happy. Oh, I got homework too. I'm so sorry. Okay, I'll start with this. Silver. I am a teacup Cario. I'm a little teacup Cario. I'm an itty bitty teacup. I'm a teacup Riolo to sit on your desk and hop up and say, "Hello, Silver. I'm teacup Riolo, here to brighten up your day. I'm a teacup Rolo." Did that work? Excellent. So you like Andor so far? Oh, absolutely, Commander. 100%. Andor so far has been bomb. I hadn't watched it until this weekend. I started on Saturday night and finished Sunday morning. Yes. Take the 6 episodes now and enjoy. It's enough to bite on. You should enjoy.
What do you think of that one that lasted like a week before everybody set it on fire?
Oh,
Was that really bad?
I loved it. It was fun. It was based in the Old Republic, like Knights of the Republic area. It was really cool.
Because it took away Anakin's specialty, like
Yeah,
special.
because they midi-chlorianed a baby, a pair of twins.
It basically took away why Anakin was special.
Rogue One ended with the boarding of the ship. I thought it actually ends with Rogue One ended with them boarding the ship where they had taken the plans. And Captain Antilles has the plans in his hand as the door shuts and Tantive 4 undocks and blasts off. Which is chaotic awesome for anyone who's loved Star Wars up until that point, because you have the one thing you wanted most of all out of episodes 1 to 3. Conclusion and continuity. You effectively had Leia running away and where we got from point A to point B. Yeah, it did close. It really did. Now, is there stuff you can squeeze in the holes everywhere? Yes, absolutely. There's always spaces. I mean, heck, there's so much space between episode 4 and 5, or episode 5 and 6, or even any of the 1 through 3s, or effectively even from 3 to Rogue One. Where you can fill in all the side stories, all the weird shit you want. But as far as your main plot lines go, we had Anakin from a child turning into a Vader, and then a good episode of him being a badass as a Vader. Not as the main bad guy, but he was definitely present. And showing a reason why you need to be scared of his ass. And then into, well, the original trilogy that we all know and love since back when I was a little shit.
Little.
Also, Crystal, I haven't hugged you yet. Sorry about that. Mwah. Good girl.
And Naughty says hi.
Oh, hi, Naughty. How's that bun?
Yeah. He's doing alright.
Good.
I had to leave his call early.
Aw. I'm glad you got to hang out.
He's got to get ready for FWA.
Oh, yeah, that lucky butt's going to beat FWA. And I believe Tanya's rooming with him. There's so much going on from Clone Wars to A New Hope. Oh my God, yes, there really is. So much happened from the end of the Republic, the formation of Vader, effectively, the birth of Luke and Leia, all the way up to Luke and Leia are effectively late teenagers when Episode 4 starts. So, like Episode 3 ends, babies are born, and Episode 4 starts, they're almost 20. I'm not sure how old they were exactly, but, you know, they were late teensy. They maybe were 16s-ish or 18 or whatevs, but big jump. The number of characters you can follow has given Disney a lifetime. It really has. Without even adding in all the extra stuff they have added on to the cycle, like the Mandalorian stuff, which is post-Jedi, but pre Force Awakens stuff. And all the stuff like, well, sadly, the Han Solo, which wasn't good, but things like the Obi-Wan, and all that other stuff that happened mid-zone. You have all the stuff we've now built up additives from like the Clone Wars series and the Rebels series, which can be built on, which can add more extensive universe, like the Ahsoka series. And this is all really cool. It is great to get this added spread. Boba Fett, yeah. Yeah, Boba Fett was also in the post-Jedi sector. I mean, obviously, because it's after Boba Fett went into the Sarlacc pit.
Yep.
And that is mid-Mandalorian, because it's actually partway into his story plot. Such an epic line they've really stunk in there. Is every episode of everything an absolute winner? No. Is this everything I've asked for since I was a little kid? Dear God, yes. I even watched the whatever that little kids show is, the Jedi Academy thing, just to watch it. It was short.
Oh my.
There were only 2 seasons of it. It was really hokey. It was definitely child-only friendly, not adult-friendly, so don't expect any deep plots. But, I mean,
59.
there are so many people that can be entertained by Star Wars. I want them to let little kids have a Star Wars moment as a kid, so that when they become a teenager, they already have a love for this universe, and they want more. They want to go from the whatever that was, the Yoda Academy or whatever the stupid little kid show was. And then, I don't know, they go to Disney World and they go to Hollywood Studios and go visit Star Wars Land. Or they get just old enough. And mom and dad share with them episodes 1 through 9. And just go, okay, you're big enough now. We'll sit with you. Let's watch some real Star Wars. And introduce another generation to the timeless magic that really was most of Star Wars. I never felt Star Wars's, like, the science of them was too specifically dated like Star Trek easily could be. They were Buttons Land, but they were proudly Buttons Land most of the time. And weird 3D displays of things. So it was just an entirely different technology line than what we experience with smartphones and TVs and regular computers. So even episode 4, with the weird droids and everything is glowing buttons, is still valid, still cool, still looks futuristic, even though it was made back in the 70s. Originally with plastic models on sticks. It's so amazing what was done then that is still magic now to me and so many other people. Though sadly it is late. I apologize. It is after 11 Z's. But I do see a raid target I want to hit that I have not gone to in a while. So we have a goal. But I definitely want to thank you all for spending time with me and hanging out and listening to me babble about for fluffing everything. Food, movies,
Nerdy.
TV.
Very much nerdy stuff.
Oh yeah, totally nerdy stuff. Computers, video games, food, movies, sci-fi.
Shows.
We are all dorks, and we love each other.
I am curious what Naughty's Caddie's thoughts on Darth Jar Jar are.
I am slightly amused. I have not watched any of the Lego spin-offy Star Wars ones, like the Creator Mans or whatever they are, but I do know their existence. They're on my homework list.
I mean, Darth Jar Jar's in Fortnite right now.
Nice.
Oh no.
I seriously think he was actually a thing, what George Lucas said about him. He's the key to everything.
Well, he technically was. He's the one that had immediate and emergency powers to the Chancellor. So he literally is the one that entered in permission.
So essentially, him being a Sith Lord could have been an actual thing.
It makes sense. Anyway, Nepal shout out all my important stuff like the Discord, the YouTube, Streamloots, Ko-fi, and Throne. Several of those are places you can support me. Two of those are places where you can talk to me and or see my content, like YouTube.
Patreon.
I don't have that in my link set. I need to add that in there. I'm sorry. Smart little shark. I will get onto that. All great ways to support. Oh, I don't have one of those. Dear God, I need one though.
Thank God.
You
That was a
have
joke,
OnlyFans?
okay? Let's not go there.
Yeah.
You think Caddie even OnlyFans?
God, you have OnlyFans. That would be so funny.
I do have a, what is that one? Mertube account. So there's that. Just saying. Anyway, I'm going to send you off to a sweet little totter. Make sure to call him a cutie pie. Cute little totter. And I'll see you all again next time, okay? Until then, stay awesome, all you fluffs. And I'll see you weekdays, randomly, most weeknights from 8 till question mark-ish. Monday nights from 7 to 11 Eastern. All these are Eastern times. And Sunday from 8ish to 11. And we're doomed. We're boomed. All right, we're out.